Good morning everyone, and welcome to the fourth hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 1, Premier and Finance, for the additional round of the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the chair of this committee. I welcome Treasurer Mookhey and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of the Treasurer. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To the witnesses, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Treasurer, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament, and I would also remind you, Mr Cootes-Trotter, that you have already been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister, the Treasurer, for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench, members only, and 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Treasurer.
Oh, Mr. Farlow, good to see you again.
Lovely to see you as well, Treasurer. Treasurer, I mean, to cast your mind back to the 7th of December. Beautiful morning out there at Rosehill Racecourse. Why were you there?
At the press conference?
Yeah.
Usually I go to press conferences to answer journalist questions.
But that press conference that day, why were you there at that press conference that day? What was
because
your role
I was
in?
there, the prominent purpose of my attendance was to mark the culmination of a year's worth of work undertaken in partnership with my ministerial colleagues to, in effect, rescue the Sydney Metro projects, two in particular. The first was the conversion of the Sydenham to Bankstown line, and the second was the Western Metro. And obviously you would know that as Treasurer, I also have responsibility for infrastructure, and I spent an inordinate amount of time in my early treasuryship ensuring that that massive intergenerational investment that we are making at great public cost and at great expense on our debt would be delivered well and equally yield a strong housing return, for the very simple reason that if we are borrowing money from our children and our grandchildren to build the Western Metro, it's only fair and reasonable that our children and our grandchildren have an opportunity to live near it.
Thank you, Treasurer. So, Treasurer, you were there with respect to the Metro. You were there with respect to the housing announcements as well, were you?
I was there in respect to all of the announcements that were made that
all of
day.
the announcements, great.
And I'd also just point out, I was also there to make myself available to the scrutiny of the press, should they have any particular questions to do with the finances or otherwise.
Thank you very much, Treasurer. So, Treasurer, with respect to that, did you see the memorandum of understanding between the Australian Turf Club and the New South Wales Government?
Well, my understanding
with respect to the
is
Rosehill Racecourse transaction?
A purpose of that press conference was to announce that the government would be entering into an MOU, which the government then did.
So, Treasurer, have you seen that MOU?
I have.
Oh. You're the first. Excellent. So, Treasurer, in terms of the MOU, what is within that MOU?
Would you like to see it, Mr. Farlow?
Oh, would you like to table
Yes.
it today? Excellent.
Have that document tabled, please, and circulated.
So what I can say about the MOU is that the MOU is a conspicuous agreement between the ATC and the New South Wales government to, in effect, strictly obey the unsolicited proposal process and rules that were established by your government. Equally, what that MOU also contains is a prohibition on lobbying by the ATC. It actually enhances the probity standards that surround the negotiations. It's a good thing that a MOU was entered into, and as you will see from that MOU, it contains a prohibition on the ATC engaging in any lobbying of ministers, officials outside the USP process. I think that's an important plank to have in place so the public can ensure that as this proposition is tested by the public service, that it will be tested by the public service in a manner which complies with the USP policies.
Thank you, Treasurer. So, Treasurer, on that day you also announced or proclaimed within that media release and the Premier's media release that the government said that 25,000 houses would be built. Did Treasury model this number?
To be fair, I think that you'll find that the ATC made that point.
I think it was on the Premier's press release.
Sure, but I think you'll find that the origin of that number perhaps stems from their assessment as to what potentially could be happening at the site should the government make a decision to put a railway station there.
So that
I will make
was
the point, though, that the prospect of having 25,000 homes at the Rose Hill site, the last part of that peninsula that's not contaminated, is a very good outcome for Western Sydney, a very good outcome for Parramatta. And you don't need to take my word for it, because also at that press conference was the Mayor of Parramatta, equally the head of Business Western Sydney, David Borger, strongly endorsing it, as well as the head of the Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue, Chris Brown, endorsing it. The opportunity for us to seize the potential of the Western Metro to yield a strong housing return for the people of New South Wales is indeed transformational, and it's once in a generation. Of course, the ATC is going through its deliberations, and we respect the fact that their membership are having a debate about whether or not this proposal should go forward. But it's fair to say, given we are borrowing $25 billion to build the Western Metro, it's only fair and right that we make sure we are able to yield a strong housing outcome. I would stress again, I was surprised, given the magnitude of investment that the previous government had committed to, why they were committed to such a low and poor housing outcome as a result. I think that the time that the New South Wales government took last year to get the Western Metro rights means we're not just building a metro, we're using the metro as an opportunity to transform our housing outcomes for our kids and our grandkids. Home ownership is important to us. The prospect of people being able to own a own home should not be a privilege reserved simply for those older Australians. It should be an opportunity as available to younger Australians as well, and we are determined as a government to make sure that when we make big transport investments, we're asking good questions about ensuring that our kids and our grandkids can reap the benefit of a housing return as well.
Thank you, Treasurer. So, Treasurer, you indicated that you were there as part of the year-long process of reviewing the Metro West
About 9 months.
project.
There, but yes.
9 months, yep. Project of reviewing Metro West. If the ATC doesn't proceed with their unsolicited proposal to convert that site to housing, will you still construct a metro station at Rose Hill?
Well, I think that it's a bit premature to get into that, but I will also make the point that what we announced at that press conference was a complementary set of policies that ensured that we were in a position to yield a stronger housing return from the other 9 stations that are on the alignment. I go back again and say that when the previous government committed to the Western Metro, we would have much preferred them to have done the due diligence about how much additional housing could be applied. I'd also make the point that I am yet to hear the Leader of the Opposition articulate a view as to whether or not he supports the additional housing along the Metro line, because I think it's important for these projects that there is an element of bipartisanship.
I'll redirect you now, Treasurer, because we know this is not the Leader of the Opposition's budget estimates. You can wait 3 years to go back to do those again when he becomes Premier. But
careful what you wish for, Mr. Farr.
Treasurer, I should say. In terms of that 25,000 houses number, you said it was provided by the ATC.
It's my best recollection.
To your best recollection. That figure then appeared in your half-yearly review. Was that just taken from the ATC, or did Treasury do any assessment following that to make sure that those figures were actually correct?
Well, in terms of the half-year review, which part are you referring to specifically?
Page 22.
Let me just check, because I'm fairly positive on page 22.
Just here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what that says is what I just said to you, which is that is what we are exploring. And of course, once we get to the relevant part of the USP process is when Treasury's full capacities will be engaged.
Okay, so there has been no capacity from Treasury engaged to this
No,
date?
they have.
It has?
Treasury, of course, plays a role in the USP process. And I just stress again, the government hasn't made any changes to the USP rules since we've come to power. The USP process is the same USP process that applied under the previous government. At the appropriate stage of that process is when Treasury will get engaged. I will say that's a prudent point of view for this reason, that should the ATC not lodge a proposal, I'm not going to have Treasury in effect divert resources until I'm certain that there is actually something to assess.
Thank you, Treasurer. On what date did you first become aware of the ATC proposal?
I think, to my best recollection, it may have been about a week prior.
Okay. And when did you first become aware of the press conference and your requirement to be at that press conference?
I will have to take that on notice as to when precisely I became aware. My best recollection is I became aware of my attendance the day before, but to be fair, my office may have been made aware prior to that as well. You will, of course, accept the fact that as Treasurer, I have, of course, familiarity with my diary, but things do change.
Thank you, Treasurer. Have you met with the ATC?
No.
No? Okay. Do you have any concerns that the proposal was brought to the government by an old friend of the Premier's without any involvement of the Racing Minister, Planning Minister or Minister for Transport?
Sorry, Mr. Fowler, do you mind bringing your microphone forward?
Of course, Treasurer. Do you have concerns that this proposal was brought to the government by an old friend of the Premier's without any involvement of the Racing Minister, Planning Minister or Minister for Transport?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Mr McMahon was
Who?
the first Mr McMahon, Steve
Who's
McMahon. You're familiar with Mr McMahon?
Steve McMahon. Yes,
Yes.
I do know Steve McMahon.
Yes.
Do I have concerns?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And the Racing Minister has received probity advice and is now refusing to meet with the ATC. Do you think that all ministers in government should be doing the same?
I think all government ministers, I'm sure, are making sure that their behaviour aligns with the requirements of the USP process.
And if I can ask Treasurer, with respect to the work that Treasury is doing, is there a team that is stood up in Treasury to work on this proposal at the moment?
I don't believe so, but Secretary can...
No, not yet. As the Treasurer indicated, if a proposal does arrive, then we would put people and resources to helping other colleagues in the public sector assess the proposal against the criteria of the USP process.
Might just be helpful for your context, Mr. Farr, to understand the USP policy. It does actually require there to be a first stage assessment about whether or not it should proceed to a second stage assessment, and the public service aspects that you are referring to aren't engaged until that point. I'd also make the point that the agency that sort of oversights the USP process is, of course, not the New South Wales Treasury.
But of course, Treasurer, in terms of the process that's been taken to date, you've already indicated work on a metro station on the site. That would come with some money and with some scoping. There would be money that has already been spent by the New South Wales Government with respect to this proposal that isn't even a proposal yet.
I'm happy to take on notice to see whether or not I can provide you any further information in that respect. But I will also say that at that particular press conference, we did commit to scoping out the possibility of 2 additional stations to the metro. So there's certainly, the government hasn't hidden its intention to see whether or not we can put more metro stations into the Western alignment. And equally, as you would recall from when perhaps you were sitting on that side of the room, we did apply a lot of scrutiny to the fact that it did seem as though there weren't enough stations for a investment of this scale. Now, of course, the previous government made its decisions and we're testing what's possible under the current configuration, but I don't think it's any surprise that this government is looking to see whether or not we can enhance our investment in the Western Metro, should that make sense.
So, Treasurer, to that point, if this doesn't proceed, what's Plan B?
Well, I mean, Plan B is, of course, to build the metro and to ensure that the rest of the housing targets that we aligned to at the time are delivered. And I would make the point, when we announced the Metro, the Planning Minister also used it as an opportunity to announce a once-in-a-generational change, so we are able to deal with the fact that home ownership is falling outside the grasp of more and more young Australians, and equally our determination to ensure that we can put a roof over people's heads. And I make that point for the very simple reason that I think it's a very important part of the New South Wales economy and the New South Wales democratic ethos to ensure that we're all invested in our society and we all have the prospect of asset ownership and we all have the prospect of accumulating wealth from a lifetime of work. I don't think that we should lock out a generation of people from the prospect of home ownership. I think we as a government have a moment in time, and as a parliament, a moment in time to make better choices to ensure that the next generation of New South Welsh people are able to enjoy the same advantages as their parents and their grandparents.
So, Treasurer, you've got no proposal that's been received. You've got the ATC that are currently cancelling members' forums, and you've got a racing minister who's running a mile from the proposal. Will you admit now that this proposal is in fact dead?
No, I will admit this. The fact that we as a government are exploring the prospect of a once-in-a-generation transformation for Rose Hill is excellent opportunity for the state. We respect the ATC. The ATC own that site. The ATC have stewarded that site. The ATC needs to have its conversations with its members, and we're very respectful of the processes that they're applying as they have those conversations. But I think that it's important, and we should give credit to the fact that the ATC has come forward and said we could potentially secure the future of our industry while we help the state secure the future of its housing agenda as well. I think it's worth that exploration. It may not yield a result, but I think it's better to have those conversations than to not have those conversations, because the prospects of transformation are indeed very strong. To put this into some context, 25,000 or up to 25,000 homes on the Rose Hill racecourse is the equivalent to the total number of homes built in some LGAs for a decade. To put it in really stark terms, to the best of my recollection, Wallara and Mossman, between them, added perhaps 1,100 new dwellings in 10 years. The prospect of being able to put 25,000 clear near a railway station, access to excellent public transport, being able to sort of end the split in Parramatta that the James Roos Drive cuts off from, is a very good opportunity. And I think it's surprising, frankly, that the opposition is perhaps suggesting that we shouldn't even have the talks.
Well, the opposition is asking questions which are very legitimate. And, Treasurer, to another issue, have you asked Treasury to do any modelling relating to the housing targets?
Treasury is engaged with the Department of Planning when it comes to the housing targets. I think at this point there's a whole of government effort involved in the determination process around the housing targets.
And, Treasurer, do you know what the current yearly housing target rate is?
Well, I mean, we have signed up to the national target, which sees us wanting to deliver up to 376,000, I believe, by the end of the decade. I think from recollection, our completions last year was roughly 48,000, Victoria's was 57, and Queensland's was 61,000. I think it's surprising that Victoria is able to produce roughly 10,000 more homes a year than we are, even though we are in comparable economic conditions. I think it points to the fact that the previous government hadn't really set up a lot of the utilities infrastructure that is required to be able to realise housing. I think it's going to be hard to turn around, but I think that we have to make progress. I think that we do have to ask ourselves as a state why the rest of the eastern seaboard is seemingly able to build more homes than we can. And again, if you want to talk about specifically Sydney, and we shouldn't just limit the conversation to Sydney, because to be frank, as Mr. Fang will agree, the housing crisis is as severe in regional New South Wales as it is in Sydney. But in Sydney, we peaked at home building completions at roughly, I believe, 45,000 in 2015. I think we got down to 32.
That is not true at all.
I checked the numbers.
Treasurer, have a look at the completions. You're looking at about 72,000 in 2018.
I think you're not delineating between New South Wales and Sydney. I'm not necessarily sure that you're delineating between...
I'm talking about New South Wales.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Sydney and the 33 LGAs in Sydney. And the 33 LGAs in Sydney, I believe, was about 45,000 in 2015-16 when it peaked. And I'm fairly positive it's down now to about 32.
Treasurer, in terms of the National Housing Accord, there's of course a performance bonus for New South Wales if it was to meet the stretch target, so to speak, under the National Housing Accord. If New South Wales doesn't, you've called for that funding to be paid up front.
I have.
If New South Wales doesn't reach those targets, how much is New South Wales likely to lose?
Well, firstly, I think that I'm not sure I can engage in a hypothetical, but the broad point you're making is correct, which is we welcome the fact that the federal government has put money on the table. We think it's pleasing. I think it's very good that Jim Chalmers has put money aside. He's the first federal treasurer to actually put an incentive payment on the table for states, which I think is really helpful, given that the federal government, of course, controls our net migration levers, but the states are responsible for helping us meet them. As often is the case with the Commonwealth, their intention isn't necessarily followed through in execution, and I think they could execute their policy a lot better by taking up my suggestion to pay the payments earlier. And I just make the point, when it comes to the brass tacks of housing supply completion, a lot of it turns on whether or not the water's in place, the electricity's in place, the broadband's in place, the streets are there for people to be able to use. And I make the point to the Commonwealth, and I make it again today, should they give us that money earlier, we're in a better position to deliver the housing faster.
Treasurer, both Premiers Carr and former Premiers, I should say, Carr and Perrottet indicated concerns with respect to immigration and the role that the states play when it comes to high net immigration into Australia and the burden that the states have to carry as a result of that. Is immigration into Australia, into New South Wales, too high?
It's not. I guess I would say is that immigration is helping us through a variety of issues right now, but it comes with a cost, and it does pay additional pressure onto certain systems too, which is part of the reason why I think the Albanese government changed its policy in December and took a view that they would reduce the net migration target to its, I think it's decade average as well. I think, to be fair, there was a certain catch-up that took place after COVID. I think equally, to be fair, that was in response to a lot of labour shortages. And equally, to be fair, part of the reason why we are beginning to see a stabilisation of the inflation outlook is because some of those pressures in the labour market have been alleviated. But you're quite right to say it does put pressure on our infrastructure, and it does put pressure on certain parts of service delivery for which the states are responsible. But I think it's not right to say that all our problems would be solved if we were to bring immigration to a halt. I just think that's misleading. I think we as a state need to manage it better. I think the Federal needs to manage it better as well. And I think what we are looking forward to having conversations with the Commonwealth is about how we get the balance right.
Thank you, Treasurer. Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Treasurer.
Hello, Ms
Good
Boyd.
morning, Mr Fitztrotter. Can we just start with, there was an article last night in the SMH about state and territory debt to hit $600 billion, whereas whereas the federal debt levels are nice and stable. This, to me, highlights a need for us to basically renegotiate the accord that we have in relation to who's paying for what and how much we're raising and where we get it from. What are you doing at the national level to try and agitate?
Well, what a time to ask that question, Ms Boyd, because this is the year in which we are going to be resolving some of the key federal-state agreements. The health agreement is up for negotiation, the education agreement is up for negotiation, the childcare agreement is up for negotiation, and of course our campaign to make sure New South Wales gets its fair share of infrastructure funding goes on. When it comes to health, we're making 2 points rather aggressively. The first is we would like the Commonwealth to meet their commitment to help fund our hospitals to the tune of 45%.
Yes.
And then eventually 50%. Right now, I believe they're at 39%.
I think that's right.
39. So that 6% gap is, for example, in really stark terms, enough for us to be able to expand our nursing and our cleaners and our allied health workers in our hospitals by an order of magnitude that it would almost be unprecedented. That's in that respect. The second point we're making in the education sphere, as you would have seen, is we are insisting that the Commonwealth meet the commitment they made back in 2012, which is to ensure that they are contributing to our public schools to the tune of about 25 cents in every dollar that goes into them, which is what they signed up for. When it comes to childcare, equally, we are interested in making sure that they pick up on some of the changes that has been made in New South Wales, including some of the changes the previous government made, and match that investment. I think you are right to say it is awfully disturbing for the Commonwealth to be making the points around their debt positions when, in effect, the states are having to pick up the slack.
After the Vanderstock case, and we spoke about this at the last estimates, you said you were getting some legal advice in relation to that. Have you got the legal advice and are you able to share it?
We do have some additional information we can provide you in terms of the Vanderstock case. Let me just bring that up. The long and short of it is that the judgment, it's fair to say, is very hard to decipher precisely the criteria the High Court is likely to use in any subsequent judgment when it comes to the test of whether or not a charge is indeed an excise and therefore can only be levelled by the Commonwealth. That's the first point. The second point is some of the advice suggests very strongly that the court is going to need to determine this again, and it's going to turn heavily on the context of what particular charge or tax or excise is subject to challenge. And the third point I can simply say is the government, I think I also committed to saying that we're getting in place a working group to coordinate advice to the government relating to Vanderstock, and that is operating.
Are you able to share the advice in any form?
Let me take that on notice to see what we can provide you.
Thank you. Is this another one of the issues being actively discussed around the table at in meetings of state and territory treasurers?
It is. And in fact, it was subject to discussion at the Council of Federal Financial Relations, which took place in December. And two outcomes from that meeting which were good. The first is the Commonwealth did commit to adopt the same legislation that was adopted back in 1997 after there was a major High Court challenge that would see the Commonwealth in effect impose a 100% windfall gains tax at a Commonwealth level on any refund coming from a state should a state excise be found to be unconstitutional. And that really was at the request of the states. I do want to actually thank the Federal Treasurer for engaging with myself and others on that question. I think that's an important step forward. The second outcome that was reached at the KIFA meeting when it comes specifically to the question of EV charging is that we will work in the Commonwealth to explore what policy options are available to them and us as we resolve how we can ensure that EV users are also making a contribution to our road maintenance.
Can I just jump in there, if you don't mind?
Sure,
Ms. Boyd?
go ahead.
Just in terms of that decision, how many taxes or does New South Wales have that could be subject to contest potentially? I'm aware of the point of consumption tax on online gaming, which delivers quite a considerable amount of revenue to New South Wales. Are there others?
Well, I'm not in a rush to speculate, and it's fair to say nor am I in a rush to invite people to litigate on this question. But it's needless to say it's hard for me to answer that question, Mr. Buckingham, for the very simple reason that the judgment itself is incredibly complex and has to be applied on a case-by-case basis to not just taxes, but various government charges. But the Secretary might have a bit to add to that.
Simply to say that I think the thrust of the legal advice to us is that the decision relates only to one tax in Victoria, and unless and until another matter comes forward, there's no way of accurately speculating what the impact would be.
Can I just ask, you mentioned, Treasurer, two things that had been agreed in that December meeting. That first one in relation to the 100% windfall tax.
Yeah.
Can you just explain that
Yeah,
to
I
me,
can.
what the practical implication is then?
I can, but to be fair, the Secretary has some expertise in this matter too. But in essence, should anyone challenge a state tax and it is found unconstitutional, which is what happened in the 1996 or 1997, when we, for example, I believe it was alcohol tax excise.
It was tobacco, alcohol.
Tobacco and alcohol excise. What then happened was a variety of people came forward and sought a refund, for which then Treasurer Egan and then Federal Treasurer Costello worked out an arrangement in which the Commonwealth would impose a 100% windfall tax on any such a refund, which would simply see the excise that was otherwise due to New South Wales be paid to the Commonwealth.
Right. So it's
In
a sort
effect,
of
it
indemnity.
deterred perhaps people from testing how far back in time they can go in terms of collecting it, because obviously if a state has found to be levied a tax which is outside its power,
Yep.
some people would argue that they could go back to the formation of the state of New South Wales to seek a refund.
Yep. Okay. So they are effectively taking that risk away from the
So
states and territories.
you would pay your
Formation of the
legals,
state.
you might get a win, then you
Yeah.
would not get a cent, and you'd be left with your legals.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And I should just say again, I'm really pleased that Federal Treasurer Chalmer responded to our advocacy on that question.
There is a considerable reliance on what some people call sin taxes in the state's revenue, and I think gambling revenue is probably one which really brings this into focus a bit. So if we are, as a society, some of us at least, are pretty keen on seeing that gambling activity reduce and become less profitable, and yet the state is pretty reliant on it for its continued ability to fund recurrent expenses. Is there a case for ring fencing that amount or building the budget in a way that anticipates that reducing?
Ms Boyd, I believe you might be making that case. So I will perhaps leave it to you to advocate for such a position if that's a position that you hold.
Does it worry you, though, in terms of the payment for recurrent expenses, if we are relying on taxes from industries that we are perhaps anticipating will reduce in profitability?
It's fair to say that if perhaps, I know some people, if they had their time again and could go back in time, wouldn't construct a fiscal position that has a reliance on those taxes whatsoever. But to be fair, other people would make the point that if it's to be legalised, it should be taxed quite heavily.
Can we talk then about... sorry, I've just lost where I was about to go. Can we do something totally different?
Why not?
I thought that you were Minister for the Gig Economy.
I was.
And I went back
you
and
lost
looked at
that
the
gig.
records, and apparently you were Minister for Gig Economy for 9 days.
Which actually, I have to say, as far as tenure goes, exceeds many members of the gig economy as well. So,
But you didn't beat Liz Truss.
what
did.
happened, and are you still responsible for gig economy
I'm passionately
issues?
engaged in gig economy questions, but what happened was that the full ministry was formed, and the full ministry saw that the responsibilities of the gig economy minister are absorbed by the Minister for Industrial Relations, who is doing an excellent job, particularly when it comes for advocacy on the gig. My 9 days of service as the state's gig economy minister means that I am a forthright advocate for job security for gig society economy workers.
What did you achieve in those 9 days?
I achieved a historic first, which was to become the first. But equally, it was a important, frankly, campaign that I had the opportunity to help lead from opposition, which has seen this state lead the conversation about how we treat gig workers when it comes to workers' compensation, when it comes to leave entitlements, and also when it comes to the establishment of a minimum floor of conditions. I equally think it's pleasing that the Commonwealth has now enacted national legislation in that respect, but we as a state still have a strong responsibility when it comes to gig economy workers. I recall meeting with the widows of people who had lost their partners who were killed on New South Wales roads, who found themselves pitted with battle with global insurers from remote parts of the world. The fact that people died on New South Wales roads and their families were left in that circumstance, I think, is a pretty big call to action. And I'm glad that this government is getting on with the job of delivering its election commitments when it comes to the gig economy.
One of those election commitments was to look at payroll tax on a sort of a business structure neutral way.
Yes.
And this is something, and I know that Minister Housos is responsible for the payroll tax elements, but as Treasurer and as someone who has long campaigned in relation to gig workers, will this government be implementing reforms to payroll tax when it comes to the type of entities?
Well, my principal outlook on this question has not changed, which is we should be taxing the substance of activity, not the form. And I think it's hard to explain to a taxi driver owner that they may be liable for payroll tax, but a person who's working in the gig economy is not. Equally, I think it's unfair to go to a restaurant that has to pay payroll tax on its staff, but the company that may or may not be delivering its food doesn't. I point out that this is subject to a variety of different court processes currently, so I won't speculate on those particular matters. But of course, this government remains committed to ensuring that payroll tax is paid by those who should. And we have also made the point that when it comes to payroll tax in the gig economy, we're mindful of the fact that there's uniform national rules. We're mindful of the fact that these grouping provisions pick up potentially other entities. There is a need to get the design right. I'm confident that the work is underway that would allow the government to make good choices.
Similarly, I made an amendment or suggested an amendment in Parliament last year in relation to consulting firms. So again, sort of hiding behind a particular corporate structure to avoid payroll tax. Sorry, I shouldn't use those words. In a way that just happens to also mean that they don't need to pay payroll tax for their 700, 800 partners. Is that also something, in terms of getting that sort of valuable revenue in, that you'll be looking into?
Well, I have to say, Ms Boyd, that you have exposed an interesting question through the work that you've done through that committee. And it is interesting that, for example, there will be some big consulting firms that would pay payroll tax on their staff who are not partners, but won't pay payroll tax on staff that are. I have to say, I do need to actually, obviously, to be fair, wait for you to complete your inquiry. But secondly, I go back to what I just said, which is I'm more interested in ensuring that taxes are levied against the substance for which they're directed, and people can't use artifice and legal form to avoid them. Now, of course, you've got to be careful. Partnerships are a very important part of our economy, and I don't think we should be thinking an urban solicitor is in the same category as a Big Four accounting firm or a Big Four law firm. So we have to have the same opportunities to differentiate, I think, in that space as we would have in payroll tax forms. But so it's an interesting question. It's certainly a case of I'm going to wait to see what your report says, and then we'll think about what our options are, I think, at that point.
Thank you. So going back then to the state's revenue base, one of the issues that I guess you're having to navigate as we look at the housing crisis is taxes in relation to property.
Yes.
You will be aware that former Premier Perrottet has suggested that negative gearing reform should be on the table. You would agree, wouldn't you, that we're not going to just solve the housing crisis with building more homes, but we need a more holistic approach that looks at investor incentives as well?
I welcome the return of Premier Perrottet to the public debate, former Premier Perrottet to the public debate. It's the first point I should say. Like all our former premiers, his voice should be respected in these questions. But I think what you're alluding to, which is the question to do about how important is negative gearing to the current situation and how much of a difference it can be make, well, I just make this point. Australia resolved its attitude to that at the 2019 election. And
Did it though?
Yeah.
Did it?
Well,
is that really why Labor lost that election?
To be fair,
it's very convenient to think that it is.
There are other experts who may or may not be able to shed light on that question, but I would say it's fair to say that I respect the fact that the Australian people have made a decision on that. It's a matter for the Commonwealth.
Again, I have to put you up on that. The Australian public, the idea that at one election, the very fine, we have a very complicated election system, whether or not there's enough members elected to then form government, the idea that that was based on the Australian public's view of negative gearing is pretty absurd, don't you think?
No, I don't. I think it was a key question at that election. But I'd also make this point that it's given that I don't actually hold any levers in that respect, I will wait for anyone at the Commonwealth level to make any proposal before I judge it. But I will go back to the first part of the question. I wouldn't dismiss how important it is that we build more homes. And that is a crucial lever. And that is one lever which we as a state can exercise quite great degree of influence over, and therefore that is the centre of the strategy. The Premier makes this point, and I agree with him, that it's easy for people in our respective positions to blame others and to point to actions they should take. I think that we only have credibility if we are seen and are meaningfully exercise the levers that belong to us.
You have inherited, Labor has inherited both at state and federal level, over a decade of what I would view as economically destructive policies, and you are playing catch up. It will take some time to build sufficient houses to cure this crisis.
It will.
As Treasurer, what tax levers would you think of applying at a state level that might hasten recovery from the crisis quicker?
What taxes?
So, for example, and I did raise this with the Premier, there used to be a vendor's tax.
Right.
So people who were benefiting from the capital gains discount, who had sold their property for over a certain amount. This used to be policy of the Labor government. I know that Labor was responsible for some sort of neoliberal fervour that saw it scrapped, but the principle is still sound.
Well, Ms. Boyd, you've triggered me. Because you would recall recently many of us had the opportunity to pay respects to former Treasurer Egan, and in the course of me preparing my eulogy, I had the opportunity to read about his efforts to impose a vendor duty, and particularly the fact that at that time the then Liberal National Opposition and Greens Party teamed up to create an inquiry, which was held in this room.
We love
in
inquiries.
Which, I know, and less things never change. But I can't but help recall reading very strongly some of the criticisms that were mounted by the then member Lee Rhiannon, and I believe it was Sylvia Esmore. Was it maybe wrong?
Hale?
Yeah, Sylvia Hale.
Sylvia Hale.
At the time, as they assailed former Treasurer Egan for doing that. So it's fair to say, as a result of that inquiry, amongst others, such a proposition hasn't necessarily been proposed again in New South Wales, and it's fair to say that I'm not necessarily exploring one at this point. And I also make the point on a pure
It's been our
economic
policy for a while, by the way.
But I make the point
I'm
on
not
this
sure
on a
what
pure
happened in the early
economic
2000s, but it's
now
certainly
invited me to
been our policy.
Speak about tax incidents, which I love. But if you were to speak to a traditional economist, and some of whom are coming this afternoon, they would make the point that the incidence of stamp duty tends to fall on the vendors. And even though it's paid for by the buyers, which is obviously a source of frustration to many, I'm yet to meet anybody who enjoys paying any tax, but I would point out that the traditional economist view is that actually the incidence of the tax falls on vendors because it otherwise reduces the price by which they could get for their asset without the tax.
The former Treasurer and Premier, Perrottet, I would criticise him on a lot of things, but one of the things he was good at was keeping a very open mind when it came to the taxation system.
Oh, you say that now, do you?
He had a very open mind. I didn't agree with what he came up with, but he had an open mind.
How people change their views.
Would you, are you considering any sort of property taxes or anything that would actually help with this crisis?
Well, I have to say, I can't but help reject the implication in your question that I don't keep an open mind. I keep an open mind.
Just not on property taxes.
Look, it's fair to say, if you wish to propose a property tax that you think perhaps could assist us, then of course I look forward to your advocacy on the question, and I'm sure that I will have questions and other people will have questions as well. But the immediate priority of the government is to ensure that we are building more homes, and this government has done more in the last 11 months to be able to reform many of our planning systems and others to ensure that the next generation have a shot at home ownership than our predecessors did in 11 years. And that will be the persistent and continuing mission of this government.
Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer, and thank you, Ms Boyd. The opposition, Mr Rath.
Thank you, Treasurer.
Sorry, Mr Rath, good to see you, but do you mind moving your microphone forward?
Treasurer, what is the purpose of social impact investments, and have any opportunities for social impact investments been offered since you became Treasurer?
I might turn to the Secretary, who can take you through the social impact investments space. I believe the last, as I understand it, the last time the New South Wales Government issued a social impact bond, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
I believe it was 2015.
So there've been a range of social impact opportunities offered since then. I will go to the notes, but there is one that is either currently open or will soon be open to support Aboriginal girls to better success through school. So let me get the details of that. If I haven't got it now, I can come back to you this afternoon.
I believe you asked me what my government has done. Well, it's not my government, it's the Min's government and the Labor government, but what I've done, I think, is the implication. I believe I did approve
You did.
that development of a social impact investment in that respect.
You did.
And ensure that I believe it is being led by TCorp.
I will come back to you this afternoon, Mr. Rath, with some details.
That's fine. If we could turn your attention to the social impact investment with regards to Silver Chain Community Palliative Care Service. Has that had a positive impact in Western Sydney?
I'm not familiar with that particular one, so I'll have to take that on notice.
Do you know when the contract expires?
No, I'll have to take that one on notice too.
And when it will be renewed?
I have to take that on notice.
Well, that's fine, Treasurer, but, and I hope you do come back with some information, because some of the questions that you took on notice at the last round of budget estimates were severely lacking in detail. I've got a range of examples, which I won't go through now, maybe later, but if you could actually provide some legitimate information, that would be very helpful.
All I will say to that, Mr. Rath, is that you can expect the same standard from me that I got from you. And I look forward.
You also promised a better standard.
Look, to be fair,
when you were then in the opposition, it's Animal Farm, you've taken over the Manor House, and now you're just as bad as the people
Mr.
who were
Rath,
there
I met that
before.
test. I provide my answers early, on time, and under budget.
So did we. Treasurer, last estimates, some of the information we did get was that you admitted that planned palliative care funding had been cut.
No,
we now know that it was $250 million. Will you now commit to restoring the cut $250 million?
No, I think, Mr. Rath, you've mischaracterised that. I can assure you that palliative care funding will be higher next year than it was last. It'll be higher the year after that than it would be next year, and it will be higher the year after that than it was the year prior. I am completely confident that we will have spent more on palliative care than any government that preceded us at the conclusion of this parliamentary term.
You've reduced the increase, projected
my
increase
focus
in palliative care funding. I understand that it will be higher in future years, but you've cut the increase, the planned increase in palliative care funding.
Mr. Rath,
have you not?
firstly, I appreciate the fact that you now acknowledge that palliative care funding will be higher. I think that's an important point, because I think we can agree on it should be. But I'll just simply say, I care about what money is spent more than I care about what money is allocated. And the reason why I care like that is because when I became Treasurer, I noticed many programs in which whatever money was allocated was incapable of getting out the door. I'd much prefer to see the money used in palliative care than sitting in a Treasury bank account. Now, you ask me whether or not we will consider increasing it. Of course, we will judge the success of the program, listen to the feedback we get from people who are providing these services, and make appropriate decisions in the future to ensure that our bipartisan commitment to palliative care funding remains.
Why can't you even admit that you were behind this heartless $250 million cut to palliative care?
I think, Mr. Rath, you're expressing an opinion in the form of a question.
So you deny a $250 million cut to palliative care?
As you just acknowledged yourself,
a cut in the
care,
increase.
as you just acknowledged yourself,
A cut in the projected increase in palliative care funding.
As you just acknowledged yourself, palliative care funding will be higher next year than it was last. It'll be higher the year after that than it was prior. And I remain confident that more money will have been spent by the end of this parliamentary term than any government that has preceded us.
But less money than would have been spent under a coalition government.
Well, I'll just make this point, Mr. Fallow. The previous government made a great virtue of allocating money. In fact, my predecessor as Treasurer was indeed responsible for the sharpest acceleration in spending of any government of any persuasion at any level of the Commonwealth since the 1970s.
Like
but the question I'm more interested in is not what we necessarily the good intentions that were behind those policies, but whether the money actually gets out the door. Now, I think it was a good thing that both sides of politics in the last parliament resolved to do more for palliative care. I think it's a good thing that we have set up a fiscal strategy to support that. But I make the point, I would much prefer to see the money used than for me to have to assess an application to carry the money forward because it can't be spent. And I think that's a key distinction. Now, you might ask, why is there a struggle in getting the money out the door? It's to do with the fact that there's quite a shortage of people who are able to provide these services, and nurses especially. And the fact that we are dealing with such acute healthcare worker challenges in New South Wales, and particularly in public health, is a result of the 12 years of wage suppression, which has made it harder to attract people into these roles. We are making progress in ensuring that there is actual staff in these facilities. The Health Minister and I are meeting constantly to resolve the workplace health challenges that our health system faces, to provide more support for essential workers so we can recruit more people who are able to work in public health and in palliative care as well.
So, Treasurer, through the order for papers that was provided to the Parliament, we have now seen detailed, incredibly detailed, well thought out 5-year plans for each local health district on exactly how they would spend that additional palliative care funding. So do you agree that your comment that you previously made, that there was no plan to get it out the door, was just false?
No.
It was entirely
false.
false.
I don't. Because...
Have you seen the order for papers? Have you seen the detailed plans that have been provided to us?
Just, Mr. Rath, if you let me answer your first question, I might be in a better position to answer your second. But I'll just make the point that, again, of course, we support our LHDs in rolling out those plans. You just made the point that they're 5-year plans. I'm sure you know, Mr. Rath, that the budget estimate cycle doesn't align with that timescale. And I'm sure you're aware of the fact that you would see within those plans that a huge component of them is a response to the workforce challenges aspect. And when it comes to those particular plans at an LHD level, the fact is we have a wide variety of, or spectrum of shortage depending on the area. There are some areas which are obviously more short of staff than others. And so I'm confident that not just the money that we are giving for palliative care, but the complementary investment we're making in workforce makes it far more realistic that those plans will be achieved.
You almost gave the game away, Treasurer, before when you spoke about fiscal discipline, which I'm all in favour of, when you spoke about the previous government's record. But of all the areas to cut, of all of the fat that could have been cut in the New South Wales budget, why did you care taking money away from people that are suffering and dying in hospitals? Why would you do that of all of the potential areas to cut?
Mr. Rath, I think, again, make the point. There is more money going into palliative care next year and the year after and the year after that. And I am confident that that money will actually be spent. And I understand that you might think that that distinction doesn't matter. It matters a great deal because there's no point having that money sit idle. It's far better that we invest that money in service delivery. But I also make the point we are making complementary investments in the health workforce to ensure that the personnel that is required to provide the services of care to the standard that our citizens deserve are indeed present, and they are able to provide those services. I well and truly accept the point that you're making, though, that about how important palliative care is. And I think it's an important fact that we have bipartisanship here. Of course, I expect both sides of politics to disagree on the strategy and the rollout, but the strategy that this government prefers is to increase the funding and to complement it with workforce investment so we have the staff that are capable of delivering the services.
Treasurer, isn't it also a cut if there is a reduction in the planned increase to a certain item?
Mr. Rath,
Isn't that how you defined cut when you were previously in opposition?
I will simply say, I'll leave it to perhaps you and others to concentrate on definitions and semantic points. I'm making the point that the substance of what we are delivering is far more likely to be used. And I think if you happen to be a person who is in palliative care and equally a family of a person in palliative care, I think most people, reasonable people, will judge our government, your government, on the basis of the service delivery. And I can say to those people there's more money coming into palliative care next year and the year after and the year after that. And equally, it's been complemented by a workforce investment to ensure that their service standard is of the highest order.
So was it you or Minister Hughes that identified this cut as part of the comprehensive expenditure review?
I'll simply make the point that when it comes to palliative care, all of the government, Minister Hughes, myself, the Health Minister, everyone who's been involved, our focus has been on ensuring that funding goes up for palliative care, and equally that the money that we allocate is indeed spent and it is complemented with the right workforce with the right skills to provide the services. I will also make the point that that is a position which Minister Hughes has, that Minister Park has, that I have.
So you're all signed up to palliative care cuts?
We are all determined, Mr. Farlow, to ensure that people who need palliative care services get access to additional investment. And I'm confident that the budget that we have provided would see more money spent on palliative care than any New South Wales government previously.
Treasurer, in November 2023, you announced that the government would remove the emergency services levy from insurance to help reduce premiums for households and businesses. When will the public consultation paper be released?
Shortly.
In a month?
I expect it will be released sometime in the next 6 weeks.
Okay. And when do you plan on introducing legislation to the Parliament?
Well, of course, we respect the Parliament and the parliamentary's right to deliberate over the matter. I'm actually eager to engage with you, Mr. Rath, with Ms. Boyd, and with others on the right parliamentary pathway for this proposal. But that's a fine opportunity for us to just point out why it's important that we have the reform. As you would know, Mr. Rath, given that you spent a lot part of your career advocating for such a reform, you would know that the incidence of the emergency services levy is falling on fewer and fewer people, and as a result, premiums are going up. You would equally know that insurance premiums are the number one concern of businesses in New South Wales, and you don't need to take my word for it. You can take the word of Business New South Wales, who issued their survey to that effect last year. And you would also know, and I'm sure Ms. Boyd would agree, that the use of our emergency services is going up as a result of the climate crisis. And as a result, we as a parliament need to grapple with what is the right reform and what is the right way in which we can fund our emergency services, protect communities, help communities rebuild, and ensure that every one of us is making a contribution to such an important public service.
Over what horizon do you expect that insurance premiums will be finally rid of the emergency services levy?
Look, we haven't made that decision, and I'm deliberately making the point to all and sundry that we're going to be very cautious on that question. We are going to be very mindful of the fact that the previous government had tried to reform it, and I accept the fact that perhaps the previous government would criticise the position adopted by the previous opposition. But I think it's fair to say that we obviously want to see what went well in that reform and what perhaps lessons we can learn. I'd also make the point that one of the, that you, Mr. Rath, might recall, that in the wake of the previous government's decision not to proceed with its reforms at the time, that the lower house had an inquiry into the matter, and the lower house inquiry stipulated a set of conditions that we are also considering as well as we make this decision. But I guess my broad answer to your question, Mr. Rath, is that these are questions which I'm very happy to engage with you on and the opposition on.
And the ESL will be replaced by a broad-based property tax?
I think you'll see in the consultation model that that there'll be a series of options that will be made presented to the public and for feedback. Sure, some of those options entail a change to property arrangements, but others don't. And so from our perspective, we want to actually hear what people have to say about it. The principles that we are applying is pretty straightforward. We think that everybody should be contributing to our emergency services. They do a magnificent job. We also think that our emergency services should be effective, flexible and efficient in how they use those resources. And equally, we should be ensuring that contributions to that system is proportionate to people's capacity. And so, yes, we will be drawing a line between what a person who's on a pension can pay or not pay versus perhaps a major property owner as well. We are in good conversations with all the people who are affected by this change, and I look forward to the fact that the government will be releasing the consultation paper and engaging with the Parliament about the right way for the Parliament to involve itself in these questions too.
So removing the ESL from insurance premiums and having a land tax, some sort of property tax, maybe a levy on council rates, isn't that just a forever tax on the family home, Treasurer?
No, I think perhaps you are jumping to conclusions, Mr. Rath, and equally I'd make the point that when it comes to tax reform, we are abolishing a tax here. We are abolishing one, and it's one which you and others have campaigned for a long time to see gone. Now, I think that we can act in a manner which is what I think the people of New South Wales would expect us to do, which is to test all the options that are available to us, to listen to the feedback that is made available, and then to make decisions.
Yes, Treasurer, but I never made comments about the forever tax on the family home. Will you introduce an ESL price monitor as part of this arrangement?
Almost certainly.
And can you also commit to no reductions in emergency services funding in real terms as a result of these reforms?
Well, I will certainly make the point that we are neither using this as an opportunity to cut funding to the emergency services nor to raise additional revenue. But there are good questions to be asked about whether or not we can give our emergency services more certainty about their budgets. As you would recall right now, the arrangement is that the emergency services, in effect, at the end of each year, put an application into me and others to approve to retrospectively recover what they got, what they had to spend. I think in a climate challenged world, we perhaps need to think about whether or not our emergency services can have more certainty about their resourcing so they can make more strategic long-term decisions. But we haven't made decisions on that, and that will be something we will be consulting on.
And Treasurer, you hinted at it before, but I mean, are you going to seek bipartisan support on these changes, unlike when you were in opposition and you actually voted against our very important reforms to remove the emergency services levy on insurance?
I will seek bipartisanship on this if it's possible, and I welcome the fact that you're offering it.
And do you agree with the comments that were made by your colleagues at the time in 2017 on the emergency services levy from Ryan Park, from John Graham, Joe Halen, some pretty incendiary comments that were made back then about the emergency services levy that could come back to haunt you in the future?
Well, I'll take your word for that, but I will simply say that I don't such opinions on comments that were made 7 years ago.
Well, let's just take a quote from Minister Halen. Do you agree with her comment? I'm concerned that it will put working families on the hook for services that have been, until now, funded by insurance companies. Do you agree with her comment there?
I will simply say that I don't provide opinion. And to be fair, I'm not sure you're meant to be able to ask me about that.
We can ask you what your view is on your colleagues' perspectives on something that falls within your remit. So, Treasurer, will you offer a perspective?
I will simply say that the reforms into which we entail, I'm looking forward to the feedback. But I'll also say this. The point that Minister Halen may have made back then is valid. I don't want working people to have to pay more than they need to. And equally, I think we can get the balance right between ensuring that our emergency services are funded appropriately and equally that the burden that has to be incurred by somebody falls in a progressive manner. And I think that's an important principle for reform. I think in order for us to have the social license that is required, we will need to have conversations about the fact that right now there are people, some of whom are large entities, who don't make any contribution to the emergency services. I don't think it's fair that we do ask people who are from working people or other people, pensioners, people who don't necessarily have the same means, to be paying more than some of our biggest corporations.
So, Treasurer, do you regret now voting against the emergency services levy removal in 2017, or do you agree with then comments by Minister Kotsis that the proposals...
A point of order has been taken. Mr Nanva, on a point of order.
Yeah, it goes to the procedural fairness resolution and relevance. The member is traversing, subject matter that is not directly relevant to the expenditure or estimated expenditure of funds from the consolidated fund. So I just ask you.
To the point of order, the government, the Treasurer, has announced important reforms to the emergency services levy. It was a very similar type of reform that was introduced in 2017 when the Treasurer was a member of Parliament, and I think it's highly relevant to talk about some of the comments that were made back then and whether he agrees with his with his colleague's opinion. Broad latitude
Further to the point of order.
is often given at these sorts of estimates.
You can handle this, Bob.
Mr. Namber.
We're traversing a period well before the member's time as treasurer.
By that logic, to the point of order, by that logic, nothing that has ever happened before the Treasurer's time could ever be looked at in any detail, which is farcical.
Yeah, that I agree. So I'm not going to uphold the point of order. It is well within the remit of this inquiry and is relevant. So
Can I finish my question?
You can finish your question.
So do you regret
Actually, Mr.
voting?
Rath, can you restart your question?
Do you now regret voting against the 2017 reforms to the ESL, or do you agree with then comments by Sophie Kotsis that the proposed changes to the levy will work in the interest of big business and insurance companies?
So you're asking me, do I regret voting against legislation that your government then repealed? Is that right? Do I understand the question correct?
Do you now wish that you and the Labor Party back then voted in favour of the removal of the emergency services levy, given that you're proposing very similar reforms to what we proposed in 2017?
All I'll say to that, Mr. Rath, is my recall of that debate in Parliament is relatively limited, but needless to say, many of the points of criticisms of that particular model that the then Labor opposition made were borne out. And I think particularly the points that were being made by my colleagues and others, that if you are levying tax on an asset that doesn't earn income, that's going to have unintended consequences, which it did, which then caused the then government to repeal it. So that's my long way of saying, no, I don't agree.
Can someone
Thank you,
check if the
Treasurer.
barrister's awake? Oh, there he is.
Thank you, Treasurer. That's enough, Wes. Ms. Boyd.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Just before I move on to a different topic, you did mention the Greens' approach to vendor duty earlier.
You got your staff to research
So
it, did
we
you?
had a little look.
Poor Angus.
So
Sorry,
the Hansard, 21st of September 2005, shows both Sylvia Hale and Lee Rhiannon voting against the abolition of vendor duty. So I don't know on which basis.
it was repealed in 2017.
No, on
sorry, 2007 was my recollection.
No, it was then Premier Morris Yema.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that you're referring to the same vote,
sorry.
because the vendor duty applied for 2 years. So if
Alright.
you cited a 2015...
Poor Angus will go and look up even more
I know.
things. But it has been, progressive taxation has been a core part of our policy for a long time.
I know.
Okay, let's move on to something else. On the same day that we had estimates last year, you released a media statement
I did.
to say that you had delivered on a key promise for transparency by starting the process for releasing privatisation agreements. We could quibble over whether the promise was to start the process or to actually release them. But you then go on to say that, the public deserve to know, yada, yada, we shouldn't have to wait till the next century. Where are the documents?
They'll be tabled in the next parliamentary fortnight.
In the next parliamentary quarter?
Fortnight.
Fortnight. Okay. And which documents are they?
I'll come back to you with specific details as to what's been tabled, but in the intervening period of time, we have sought the permission, as we are required to do, of our counterparties. And to the best of my recollection, all but one of them are in. I believe the final one is coming, and that will then permit us to table them. Equally, I should also make the point that when it comes to the tolling concessions, they are already public, but other details about the tolling concessions, which Ms. Boyd, I know you're interested in, are likely to be further information will be provided through the toll review.
Because I was going to ask about that, because in the press release you don't mention tolling at all.
Yeah, it's because there's a separate process in place.
Okay, so let's look at that separate process. As you know, I love to look on the e-tender site, as does Angus.
And
my office as a whole loves the e-tender website. We were looking at it recently, and it seems like there's a lot of expenses to consultants in relation to this toll review. I thought we had appointed 2 individuals to lead that review, but it looks like a whole bunch of stuff is being outsourced.
So, firstly, 2 of those contracts that are on the tender database refer to those consultants.
Yeah.
They are Mr. Fells and Mr. Cousins. So that's the first point to make.
Okay.
Yeah.
We actually do have a list of them. So if you give us just 30 seconds,
That'd
we might
be really
see if we can
useful.
find it.
I'm looking, for instance, I've got one here for $1 million
Two.
to Economic Alternatives Proprietary Limited for the delivery of services in relation to the toll review.
Yeah, to the best of my recollection, that might be one of them. But let me just...
Another one's for $770,000 to PI Research.
Yeah.
That one is definitely one of them.
Okay.
Yes, that in fact I think is a company owned by Mr. Cousins. So
Yes.
that
Okay,
is
so it's Mr. Cousins.
the corporate vehicle for Mr. Fells and Mr. Cousins.
Okay, and then I've got another one. So that's for both of them, the 770.
I think, but look again, just we'll take it on notice because
Okay.
we might need to bring it down from our office, but
Yeah.
we will bring it and...
So I've got another one here just while we're here. $628,474. Provision of traffic advisory
Yes.
services for the toll review. Says Sign Advisory is benefiting from that one.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is looking like a lot of... Oh, wait, there's another one. Provision of price transparency recommendations for the toll review, another
Yeah.
$250,000. This is a lot lot for this toll review.
Well, I'd just simply make the point that it depends. It is, of course, every dollar counts, and we count every dollar when it comes to this, I can assure you. And the second point I'd make on this, though, is that it is we are dealing with a toll burden that the previous government signed New South Wales up to, which is to the tune of $120 billion in present value terms. That will last until effectively the conclusion of the WestConnex concessions. And equally, the government is pretty determined to see what we can do to provide people with relief right now and reform. That's part of the reasons why the government has introduced a $60 a week toll cap and designed that so the people who benefit the most are those from outer Western Sydney. But in the meantime, we are having conversations around toll reform, and we want to ensure that when we're dealing with people who obviously engaged in sophisticated arrangements that apply for multiple decades, that we are ensuring that the government is equipped to have those conversations. But you're quite right to say it is something that we are vigilantly watching.
And, you know, I'm very sympathetic to the idea that you've inherited this mess. We have a huge number of toll roads that have effectively been privatised under the previous government's watch. We're in a cost of living crisis. There are significant market share concerns from the ACCC across a range of different, and from the federal government across a range of different essential services. Do you wish that this review was going a little bit quicker?
Well, I'm satisfied the review's going pretty quick. And I'm satisfied that the review is yielding good conversations with the public about what the reform options are, and equally prompting a good response from those who are directly engaged in toll provisions as well. I'd also make the point that that you're right to say that the privatisation policy of the previous government did see the previous government effectively assess toll pricing through the lens of a financial transaction as opposed to the lens of urban design, let alone household impact. And that has created quite an issue for households, as I said before, to the tune of $120 billion in present value terms over the next 4 decades. Equally, with the incidents falling predominantly on those who need to commute the most, which tend to be in Western Sydney. And I just make the point that just by looking at the census, they are not necessarily high-income areas as well. So it is a tough challenge. I'm confident that the review is proceeding at pace, and I'm equally sure that as a result of that review, people are going to have more information and more facts about how the tolling system works and how it could potentially be changed.
I understand that Transurban was recently knocked back from having another toll road in Melbourne because of that sort of market share concern. But we have Transurban in Sydney with, 11 of the 12 or something. When we talk about a toll review, are we really just talking about how we unpick all the mess with Transurban?
Well, I would characterise it as how we unpick the mess that was left to us by the Liberal National Government, but you might characterise it differently, Ms Boyd.
Okay, but I said with Transurban, so are you denying that these contracts are predominantly with Transurban that the previous government entered into?
No, they are obviously with Transurban.
Yeah.
But if the implication in your question is that culpability belongs to Transurban,
That's not at all.
okay,
that's
so long
your
as we're
impl-
clear about that.
That's your
Well,
understanding.
then my point is that certainly the fact that the settings were established in contractual arrangements that were
Yeah.
then put to market
Yeah.
certainly does create consequences for the public. But look, I will just make the point about, I well and truly accept, Miss Boyd, that Transurban plays a very big role in tolling markets and a very, very big role in the New South Wales tolling market. But part of the concerns that you're raising, which are valid, about competition in the tolling markets, the government's response to that is to not privatise more toll roads
Yeah.
and to hold on to public ownership of toll roads. And so I would say that as a result of that policy that we took to the election that it has been endorsed, we won't be privatising the Western Harbour Tunnel. We
Okay.
have not sold off the Sydney Harbour Tunnel. We won't be selling off the M6 Stage 1. We, of course, would never be selling off the Harbour Bridge.
Yeah.
All of which means that, again, very soon the state will become a major owner of toll roads itself. And that is helpful for competition reasons.
And that is very beneficial, and I agree with you. I think sometimes we fall into the mistake of thinking that when we criticise contracts, particularly with a major player like Transurban, that we're seeking to demonise Transurban. I view them very much as a company that is driven by the profit motive, and as such, when we come to, as I say, unpicking those contracts, we are up against a powerful corporate player who is acting in the interest of its shareholders to get the best deal. Now, that is one of the reasons we don't want to privatise further toll roads or other essential services, because it then has us a bit over a barrel when it comes to working out what we do next with these essential public services. Given that we have one corporate player who is at the other side of the contracts that will need to be renegotiated if we're to have proper reform of the toll system in Sydney, isn't the review really about how we work around things with Transurban?
Miss Boyd, that's not the way I would put it. That is certainly, no one can dispute the fact that Transurban has a lot of the concessions, but I don't think it's necessarily a fair characterisation of the market to say that therefore they're the exclusive owner of these assets, because as you know, each of them has a different corporate and investor group that sits behind them, and who obviously equally invested in those arrangements. And it's not for me to provide an explanation as to Transurban's business model, but it's fair to say that that is, certainly when it comes to toll roads, a common way in which private entities end up owning toll roads, which is they have a network manager and a company that organises it, but sitting behind them is quite a few different entities. What you will see through the review is that universe described. And that universe encompasses Transurban but extends beyond them. And it includes Australian Super, it includes Canadian pension investment funds, it includes Queensland government entities, it includes other government entities from other countries as well. All of which is my way of answering your question by going that if you can't, Transurban isn't just the one monopoly owner of all these roads.
No, but they're significant. In order to actually change anything, we're
But
going
there
to
are
have
many
to renegotiate
counterparties.
contracts.
There are many counterparties.
Yes.
And it is absolutely a
But
key...
for every road, one
Yeah.
of those
Yep.
counterparties is Transurban.
Oh, that's true. I'm not disputing that, Ms. Boyd, but I guess I'm saying from a reform perspective, in order to obtain meaningful reform,
Yeah.
you've got to address the fact that the market, there are more counterparties that the government has to engage with than just Transurban.
Okay, but by saying that we're now not going to release all of the information and contractual arrangements with Transurban that were part of the privatisation of the roads until we have the review, is that so that we are then, the public is only given that information once the government's worked out what to do?
No, Ms. Boyd, the thing is, I think as you recall from our mutual efforts when I was in opposition to see what public light we could shed on this, is that the toll concessions themselves are already public. In fact, I read them. I downloaded the M4 widening toll concession. I downloaded the M4 tunnel concessions.
But what about all the other contractual
And
arrangements?
a lot of them are tabled. Like, for example...
But not all.
Well, I think what you're alluding to is some of the modelling that sits behind them. Because, to be frank, they are actually public. But I think that what perhaps you are referring to is what you and I used to describe as the base case financial models that sit behind them.
There's that, but there's also there are other annexures and other things that we were looking at in that tolls review.
So let me
Sorry,
just
in
come
the
back to
toll
you then on
inquiry.
what that will be released as part of that
Yeah.
review. But I guess what I'm saying is the principal vehicle for further information release on the tolls, which is something the government wants to do, is through the review process as distinct from the approximately $50 billion-ish worth of assets that were privatised through other arrangements, which I'm looking forward to tabling in Parliament shortly.
Thank you. Okay, can we talk? This is another one that I raised with you last year, and I admit to just being confounded. We had.
I had that effect.
Yeah, under the previous. I'm not confounded by you, Tricia. I'm confounded by the lack of response, I guess, to this concern. So this is something that was originally under. I think under Treasurer Perrottet, if not Treasurer Keane. It was a direction that lifted the level at which gifts of government property needed to be disclosed.
We got
And it lifted it from $500, so that used to be doable, to be able to say, not that it would inhibit the giving of government property over to whoever at all, but that it would, that you basically have to disclose the fact. It's gone from $500 to $10,000, and then it was reissued under your watch. Why?
Miss Boyd, we have done extensive research on government gift policy since you raised this concern, and therefore it is now the Secretary's time to shine.
No pressure. So, Ms. Boyd, the status of this work is that Treasury consulted with a range of agencies on the issues around how do you establish the right kind of framework for the gift of government property so you don't discourage people from making sensible contributions to the circular economy, gifts of sensible philanthropy and the like. But at the same time, you have a degree of accountability there that ensures that people aren't gifting government desks to their children
cars,
or
laptops.
something. What we discovered through that process of consultation is that there were really a degree of confusion around the definition of a gift of government property for the purposes of the Government Sector Finance Act. So we've been working with the Crown Solicitor's Office to develop guidance and tools so that agencies can consistently and accurately self-determine whether a planned activity is a gift of government property, and we are planning to release the revised policy framework this year. Now, I know that does sound like a little bit slow. I have asked the team to accelerate the work to the greatest extent they can, but I am confident that you will see a new policy and therefore a new Treasurer's direction during 2024. I also discovered that the change we made was done in consultation with the Audit Office. They understood the reasons for doing it. They understand it's an interim arrangement, and we are consulting with them on this work as well.
Okay,
Ms.
so
Boyd, I'm pleased to say I extend this offer to you and to any other committee member. We would love to consult you too.
I
So-
would love to be consulted.
You will be
well,
consulted on government gift policy.
Okay, I will come back to that then in future estimates if I haven't seen anything.
You'll be consulted.
I will be fabulous. Can we turn to Tahi?
Let's.
So there are 3 steps to fixing the Tahi mess.
Yeah.
The first one has been taken.
Yeah.
What will be the impact on the budget of the eventual conversion?
It will be great. It's a terrific impact on the budget from the conversion.
Okay.
I'm thrilled, in fact, by the impact it's going to have, because here's 2 things. Here's what we've avoided. What we've avoided as a result of these change is another requirement to increase access and licence fees, which then have to be funded from the budget. I'm sure, Ms. Boyd, that you would have seen the fact that Tahi, in its annual report, once more had to reduce the value of their assets. Under the previous arrangement, that would have caused the Auditor General to require the state to recover that additional holding loss, which would have seen it blow out even more. That's the first point. The second point is, as a result of that change, what we have managed to do, particularly in terms of the state's debt position, is reduce the state's net debt to the tune of, I believe, about $4.9 billion over the forward estimates period, as a result of us effectively not having to fund the loss in asset value that was required under a SOC model but isn't required under a PNFC model. And I should alert you to the fact that there will be a consequence for asset valuation, that we expect when the new model is implemented there to be a pretty massive upward valuation of the state's rail assets. In effect, they revert back to their previous value, or actually the better way of putting it is the method to determine their value is the same as it was prior to it being turned into a SOC. To put it in real terms, it goes from being an income-based valuation model to a cost replacement model.
Does that end up in restatement of previous accounts, or no?
It doesn't end up in a restatement of previous accounts, to the best of my knowledge.
We don't expect it to.
We expect it to be high.
And it will increase the depreciation expense in the PNFC sector.
So the depreciation expense would, as I put it, probably be the more realistic one and not the one that was otherwise adopted through the SOC method. That will increase the depreciation charges in the PNFC sector. Of course, as you would know, depreciation is a non-cash item. In fact, as you would recall from our inquiry, the state had in effect figured out a way in which it would cash fund depreciation for rail assets alone, and that was, which in really layman's terms means that in effect the state was being required to cash fund the entire rebuild of the heavy rail network over a 20-year period. As you and I both know, the heavy rail network was built more than a century ago. It will be there for more than a century. It was a novel proposition that only New South Wales was signed up to because, dare I say, the previous government wasn't being upfront about the true costs of operating the rail system.
You dare say that?
I dare say that. So that is, in effect, the short course impact on its budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. We now have 2 minutes of questions from Mr. Fowler.
Thank you very much, Treasurer, and thank you for providing us with a copy of the MOU. We're all privileged to have seen it before the Planning Minister, the Transport Minister and the Racing Minister. So, Treasurer, given that the end date on the MOU is the earlier of 31 March 2024, or submission of an unsolicited proposal by the proponent regarding the proposal in accordance with the USP guide, if the ATC don't come forward with an unsolicited proposal by the 31st of March, will this proposal be officially dead?
No. For the rather obvious reasons that they are able to present a proposal at any time. And separately, there is, should the ATC or others decide to extend the life of the MOU, then that would permit the MOU protections to continue onwards.
Have there been any discussions at this stage under 5.2 for an extension of the MOU?
5.2 of what?
The MOU?
Or of the policy? Let me just read
5.2 of the Memorandum of Understanding with respect to extending the MOU.
Well, look, I'll have to take that on notice, but not to my knowledge. But I could, to be fair, I'm not necessarily sure that I'm the minister who'd be told. So let me take that on notice for you.
Thank you, Treasurer. And Treasurer, how long would you envisage this process being open for? Of course, as you said, that when it comes to Plan B, it's effectively the same as Plan A, continuing along with the metro, but you do have a decision to make in terms of a metro station at Rose Hill. How long would you envisage keeping this proposal alive for?
I wouldn't want to make a prediction because I don't want to preempt either the ATC members' right to deliberate over their property, and nor do I want to affect what the government also committed to, which was to do additional scoping studies for the addition of additional stations. And in truth, that process is not led through Treasury.
And with respect to those additional scoping studies, are they reliant in terms of course, you have a funding envelope that you'd be able to provide in terms of building those metros? Aren't they reliant on Rose Hill and a determination with respect to Rose Hill?
That's not correct.
They're completely independent of any funding of Rose Hill?
Yes.
Is that because Rose Hill is supposed to be self-funded?
Well, it's an unsolicited proposal, which would require us to test what the proposal is for me to be able to answer that question.
Thank you, Treasurer. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I'll ask a quick one.
Back to Tony.
The Climate Change Risk Adaptation Plan, which I've been banging on about for some time now, since it was first decided to be put in place by, I think, back in 2016-17. I understand that the Minister for Climate is now having some impact or some involvement in this, but the Auditor General...
Are you talking about the climate disclosure regime?
The Climate Change Risk Adaptation Plan. The Auditor General said that the Treasurer should be coordinating it across agencies. We're now 8 years since.
When did the Auditor General say that?
Sorry?
When did the Auditor General say that?
I have to find... I talked about this in the last
I know
estimates
you did.
as well. I have to find the
refresh my mind
reference.
as to when that happened?
But this is basically the process of doing an audit of all of the government's assets and working out the risk from climate change and then having a plan to adapt. Every other state and territory has one. We don't.
Okay. So that... in the Venn diagram of what I think we're talking about is it covers what I thought you were referring to, which is climate disclosure, but you're making the point it goes beyond it. Well, look, to my knowledge, Treasury is playing a pretty big role in coordinating that, but the Secretary might want to shed some more light.
So the response from the Treasury and the then Department of Planning to the Public Accounts Committee provided an update on this one, Ms Boyd. The Office of Energy and Climate Change, now part of the new Department of DQ, I can't remember the acronym, will complete the Adaptation Action Plan once the Reconstruction Authority has released its State Disaster Mitigation Plan, which I think has happened, and so I can get an update from my colleagues in DQ, but that was the sequencing.
That would be very useful.
Bear in mind, I believe the Auditor General made that remark when there wasn't a department for climate change.
No, that's
energy.
true, but it
So we
is
have one now,
ultimately
right?
a
Yep.
Treasury
Yeah.
issue.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course. We take it seriously.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you for taking it seriously, Treasurer. It is now time to take seriously a break. We will be back.
You've got no questions. Bob's
Oh, no,
got
we-
questions.
I've been
Bob's got
informed
questions.
that the government is not asking questions,
Oh.
so we will return at 11:15.
You're going to dig him out of a hole, Bob.
Oh, half an hour. That's generous.
11:15. We will recommence the hearing with a set of questions for 20 minutes from the opposition.
Chair, did you want us prior to that just to provide the information that we
Oh,
obtained?
yes, some more detail. Yes,
We got
that
some
would be very,
information
very
back
helpful.
around our
Thanks,
social
Treasurer.
impacts.
Mr. Rath, would you like me just to tell you what I've discovered? And I should just acknowledge that this investment was begun in the 21-22 budget. Since that time, $14 million has been contracted or publicly committed by the Treasury, $4.7 million over 4 years, to support women facing particular disadvantage, so survivors of domestic and family abuse, those exiting the justice system, single mums, long-term unemployed and refugees, to get to work. And we've engaged 5 social enterprises to do that work under a payment by results arrangement. So some of the payments are at risk depending on whether or not highly disadvantaged women are able to get back into the workforce. Secondly, $1.3 million over 2 years to build the capacity of social enterprises. And the most recent one is an $8 million tender to support the educational outcomes for First Nations girls.
We also have some additional details on consultant spend that we got from Ms.
Well,
Boyd.
just for Ms. Boyd, as our Treasury annual report reveals, we spent a little bit under $12 million on consultants in the 22-23 financial year. On our current estimates, we will spend half that amount, less than half that amount this year. And that compares again to the year before, 21-22, a 66% reduction in consultancy expenditure and 88% reduction in consultancy expenditure compared to 2021. So while $6 million is $6 million, it is a very, very significant reduction on previous patterns of consultancy expenditure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cootes-Trotter. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Treasurer.
Mr. Fain, do you mind just moving your microphone forward a little? I know you rarely get struggle to be heard, but
This
you
is a
don't
trick
mind.
for everybody.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Treasurer. I've brought it forward, and hopefully you can hear me. Treasurer, did you and the Minister for Energy meet with landholders under threat of compulsory acquisition from Energy Co near Dunedoo on Tuesday the 13th of February this year?
I did. It was a very good meeting. I'm very grateful for the family that hosted us on their property and to the New South Wales farmers for assisting us in organising that meeting.
Okay. Treasurer, at that meeting, do you recall describing the Land Acquisition Just Terms Compensation Act 1999 as not fit for purpose?
I recall making the point to that meeting that it wasn't fit for the purpose of dealing with energy transition issues, and that remains my view. To be fair to the farmers, they were making the point to us that a lot of the processes that they were being subjected to mimic settings which are not theirs. And as a person who led an inquiry into the Just Terms Act in the last Parliament, I'm inclined to agree. They did ask me what is the prospect of legislative change and how fast it would be. And I was pretty honest with them in saying that I don't believe that any prospect of legislative change like that is likely to assist them in their present circumstances.
Which was pretty much my next question. So you did advise them that it could take years for them to be able to access any changes, and that's unlikely that Energy Co and they would be unable to access that in respect of the compulsory acquisition.
Well, there's two aspects of concerns that they raised. The first was with the legislative design, for which I made the point that I make again, that the prospects of just reforming the Just Terms Act is going to take a lot of time. But the second part which they raised was to do with how they were being treated by Energy Co.
Mm-hmm. And
both the Minister and I were pretty clear with them that we didn't think that the manner in which they were being engaged by Energy Co was satisfactory.
And have you communicated that to Energy Co?
Just let me, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And that I made the point to them, and I make the point again, that there are actual incidents of better practice in the public service than the ones that have been adopted by Energy Co in this respect.
Mm-hmm.
And I make the point, I think I made the point to them that as a result, frankly, a lot of scrutiny that the previous Parliament put on, for example, Sydney Metro, Sydney Metro had made substantial changes with how they were engaging with parties. And I made the point to them that Energy Co could learn from that lessons. And I think both the Minister and I did undertake to ensure that Energy Co's approach to them would differ from what it had been. Of course, it's the Minister for Energy who took responsibility on that respect, and to the best of my knowledge, the Minister for Energy has gone on with getting Energy Co to engage the farmers of Dunedin a lot better.
Well,
I would also make the point that throughout that trip, I learnt two other things. That there is obviously a great desire for lots of people to see what the opportunity it is for the additional investment that's coming into the Central West Orana to be used to transform the region economically. I met with mayors and met with others who made that point.
Treasurer, I'm just going to redirect you because I have got limited time.
I've just got to conclude.
Treasurer,
I was just going to conclude with my 30-second statement, if that's
All right.
okay. And then the second point that I also realised is, yes, there are some pretty intense land use conflicts that are surrounding the rollout of transmission infrastructure. And of course, as we have to build the power we need for the future, we have to make sure that we are respecting the landholders who it affects.
That's really good to hear, Treasurer. Moving on from that issue, Treasurer, are you aware that yesterday Minister Atchison confirmed that Minister Camper is leading a review into the Land Acquisition Just Terms Compensation Act? Can you advise the committee what changes you expect to come out of that review and what the cost will be to the budget?
I can't.
Were you aware that Mr Camper is leading a review into it?
Yes.
Why didn't you make the landholders aware that there is actually work going on?
I think I did. I think I did say to them that there's a review happening. I said, in fact, my recollection is I pointed out that I had done one review when I was in the upper house.
Okay.
And that provided the basis upon which we took an election commitment to review the Valuation Act.
Okay.
And I did it. To be fair, though, Mr. Fang, we spent a lot of time listening to those farmers. And because that's why they wanted us there. They wanted to be heard. And I just got to say, I said to them then, and I thanked them for it, but their thoroughness of preparation for such a meeting was second to none. Equally,
They usually are.
their passion was obvious to all. And I say this again, it is very, very tough to find yourself engaged in negotiations with a government when it comes to compulsory acquisition. I wasn't coming to Dunedin to tell them what I thought. I was there to listen to what they thought.
I appreciate that, Treasurer. However, are you aware that yesterday Minister Atchison also indicated that there was an increase in funding that was offered to landholders that were affected by the Singleton bypass and the potential compulsory land acquisition there? Was this done outside the Land Acquisition Just Term Compensation Act? If so, why aren't the landholders that are impacted by Energy Co's projects offered similar consideration?
Sorry, which part of the Singleton bypass was there an increase?
I don't know. Minister Atchison indicated yesterday that in deliberations with affected landholders, there was increases in the funds, the amounts that were offered.
So, Mr. Fangsalka, I can properly answer your question. Are you able to identify the number of landholders who had an increase?
I can't. I can only go off the answers that were given by Minister Atchison yesterday in her estimates.
Well, then perhaps what I should do is take your question on notice and see what further information I can find out for you.
Thank you. Minister Atchison yesterday suggested that the Honourable Sam Farraway seek answers from those that are drafting the Act. Treasurer, who is drafting the Act and what's the progress of that Act, and when do you expect Minister Camper to bring that bill before the Parliament?
So, Mr. Fang, let me just check with the Secretary, but I'm 99.99% positive that the Just Terms Act is not within my administrative arrangements. No. So the logical place to have asked these questions was probably when the Minister who is responsible, which is Minister Camper, was present.
Well, and I agree, Treasurer. However, it was nobody was aware that this was actually happening until Minister Atchison provided the advice yesterday.
Which then brings me to my
was
second
aware.
point, which is I'm in a limited position to provide additional information than was provided to Minister Atchison because it's not within my ministerial responsibility, and in general it's not really the role of the Treasurer to provide running commentary on the evidence that previous ministers gave to other budget estimates hearings.
And while I appreciate that, Treasurer, you were out at Dunedin talking to farmers, telling them that there was no way that they would be able to access any of the changes that were being made to the Just Terms Compensation Act.
Well,
and yet here we find that Minister Camper is actually leading misleading review, and
Mr.
Minister
Fang,
Atchison says
I
that there is
stand by the-
drafting going on for a bill to be brought before the Parliament.
I stand by the advice that I gave to those farmers in Dunedoo, that the most immediate thing the government can do in
Is
their
it the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing in this
Order,
government?
order,
I'm answering a question,
order, Mr. Fang.
but I stand by the view that I gave to the Dunedoo farmers, who, because I respect their interests as much as I do, and because I am a parliamentarian who's engaged heavily with the questions of the design of the Just Terms Act, the most accurate answer I provided them is the answer I provide you, which is the best way to help those farmers in their negotiations with Energy Co is to ensure that Energy Co is acting like a model, effectively, litigant. And I would also point out that when we undertook that inquiry, when I was in opposition, one of its key recommendations was to ensure that public service agencies recognise the fact that they are often in better positions and that they engage in what is otherwise termed good faith manner, but actually as model litigants, which is they have additional onuses on them that are not expected of their counterparty. Now, the Minister and I take it very seriously. Not only did we make those commitments to those farmers, the Minister has also made it quite clear she expects to be constantly engaged with Energy Co on how they're being treated. I appreciate the fact that the Energy Minister will be present in estimates soon, but I've got to say the Energy Minister is taking it very seriously, and her office, and we've made no secret of that fact that we expect Energy Co and others to treat all landholders with the respect that they deserve, which is more than is required under the...
Well, Treasurer, I'm just going to redirect now because I
standard.
appreciate your answer. However, I spoke to them yesterday and they still do not feel like Energy Co is treating them with respect.
Well, again, Mr. Fang,
Now,
I appreciate the fact
Treasurer-
that you're raising it.
Treasurer,
and again, we're very happy as a result
I'm
of
going
your
to redirect to my
advocacy
last question.
to go back to the farmers and to ensure
Point of
that
order's been taken, excuse
and
me,
to
Mr.
make further
Treasurer.
inquiries.
I think the Treasurer concluded that answer.
I'm
No, I
not
haven't,
sure,
but-
but a point of order's been taken, Mr. Namby.
He had.
Paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution, which goes to courtesy, Mr. Fang asked a series of questions and didn't provide the Treasurer with sufficient time to answer them before then seeking to redirect. You cannot
He's been given a
redirect.
monologue,
Order.
Bob.
It is not
He's
in
been given a
order
monologue.
to
Order.
redirect an answer that is legitimate to a question that has been raised.
War and Peace was shorter than that answer.
Order. Yes, we should give our witnesses a full courtesy. And if you ask a question, Mr. Fang, please allow the witness, the Treasurer, to answer it as he sees fit.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one last question.
I hadn't completed,
Treasurer.
Mr. Fang. I make the point again that it's not, I don't turn up to meetings to mislead people, and I answer difficult questions. And I was asked whether or not the prospect of legislative change would make an immediate consequence on their process. I say it again now. Reality is, as that point, the farmers themselves pointed out, their acquisitions are going to be completed imminently. They're already in a PAN process. That means that they are subscribed to legislative timetables. Dare I say, even if there is legislative change, as you would know, it's not retrospective, and it tends to apply from the point that it's proclaimed, which means people who are in acquisition prior to the proclamation are still under the previous system. And I would just suggest to you, Mr. Fang, that when you speak to them, that you're honest and accurate about that too, because it would be a disaster if you were to perhaps inflame their hopes that a legislative change would would fundamentally cause the PAN process that they're under to be annulled. And I
I'm
would
not
stress
the Treasurer.
again, yes, but Mr. Fang, you are
I'm
an
not
important
the
member of the
Treasurer.
Parliament.
You
You're an
can fix
important
this
member of the
problem.
Parliament, and you
You
are
can
engaged
fix
with
this
them.
problem for
when
them.
I was dealing with
You
similar
went out
people,
there, you heard them.
Mr. Fang, when I was dealing with similar families who were affected by the acquisition of the Orchard Hills land to build the Orchard Hills metro station, and I
You
was being
made them
asked the same thing
commitments.
in opposition, I was able
You
to
saw
advocate
those
for
families.
them.
Order.
I was in a position to advocate for them and not provide them bad advice upon which to rely.
My final question, Treasurer, is has the Minister for Police asked for any additional funding to help combat the rural youth crime wave that we're seeing? And has she taken anything to ERC to try and ensure that additional funds and resources are provided to rural and regional communities?
I don't comment on ERC processes, but I will say this. The Minister for Police is constantly asking for additional resources, and
you
we are
giving them to
always
her?
treating those. And we are always treating those.
So why have you forgotten rural and regional
Order!
New South Wales?
Order! No, I don't need to hear a point of order. Mr. Fang, you're a participating member here. Please afford the witness a full courtesy and the capacity to answer the question that you have asked. So please act with decorum so that we can hear the answer of the Treasurer, and Hansard can record it, please.
And I have to
Treasurer.
say, the Minister's relentless advocacy to deal with the 1,500 shortage that she inherited from the former leader of the National Party, who was the predecessor as Police Minister, she managed to obtain and convince the government, as well as the police force itself, to pay student officers while they're studying at Goulburn Police Academy. And as you can see in the half-year review on page 21, that's 168.3 million expenses to 26-27. Now, why is that important? Because as you would know, you can only hire officers who have attested, which means that you need to be able to get more officers to pass through the academy, which is what we've done, which then means you're in a better position to deploy them to rural and regional New South Wales. Now, it would have been my preference for those officers to be paid to study well before we got to government. And equally, it would have been my preference for the previous government not to have allowed 1,500 vacancies in our police force. And it would have been my preference for the previous police minister, who was then the leader of the National Party and the deputy premier, to have used the power of his office. If the previous leader of the National Party and deputy premier had used the power of his office, the current police minister would be in a much better position.
Order! Mr. Fang, please desist from interjecting while the Treasurer is giving an answer to your question.
It's a monologue, Chair.
So,
it's a monologue.
Order!
So all I can
It
point
might
out...
be a monologue, but that's up to the discretion of the Treasurer. He's answering the question. Please allow him to answer it without interjecting.
So all I'll say, Mr. Fang, is that the police minister has managed to obtain more reform in the last 12 months than her predecessors did in the 4 or 5 years in which he had the role.
Yet we're seeing the crime wave now.
Well, I got to say, we have that full support for our police as we're dealing with lots of difficulties in our
I'll
community.
hand over to my colleague.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, you, of course, and I think I've even heard you cite some of these figures, interest rates have increased by 425 basis points over the last 3-4 years. We've seen a third increase when it comes to construction costs, and we've seen 1,400 construction businesses go into insolvency in 2023, in the second half of 2023. Do you know how many of those businesses were in New South Wales?
I think we might, but let me come back to you on that. We do track some aspects of that information, but I'm sure we might be able to find an answer for you either before I leave or maybe before the afternoon. Otherwise, we'll take it on notice.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Treasurer. And Treasurer, does the government accept that the building industry is facing tight building margins caused by increased holding costs, labour shortages and building material costs, and the introduction of the housing and productivity contribution will threaten the production of housing at a time when housing supply in New South Wales has already collapsed?
No.
No, you don't?
No.
Treasurer, can you tell us, do you know how many charges the New South Wales government imposes on developers that ultimately get passed on to home buyers?
Well, that's contested. That's heavily contested by depending on what charge you're talking about. And equally, it's heavily contested when you start talking about the proportion of charges that are paid for by landholders versus developers versus buyers. And it's incredibly contested when it comes to the question of how much they're paying relative to how households are having to pay to build infrastructure as well. So I guess if you're alluding to the water charging regime or anything like that, I can provide you.
I'm not alluding to anything, Treasurer. I'm just asking.
Clearly, you're not.
Do you know how many charges there are that are applied by the state government?
Well, I got to say it's contested. I mean, lots of people will nominate a whole series of charges that they characterise as charges of developments, which other people disagree are. So, unless you wish to provide me with a list of what you consider to be, I'll happily have a look at it and come back to you. But it's fair to say, I often, when I meet with people involved in the spectrum of building activity and land development, they do make the point that there are multiple charges, but they don't. There is a wild divergence about how much of them arises from development and how much of them arise from other responsibilities people have.
Would you say it would be fair to characterise the charges that, on a Western Sydney apartment block to be anywhere between 70,000 to 110,000?
Oh, that's heavily contested. Now you're getting into real contest. Depends what you cover, and it depends how you're applying it to. And if you're talking about an apartment, you're talking about a strata. And if you're talking about applying it to a strata scheme, you're talking about the unit divisions within a strata scheme. So all I would say is that in general, the idea that if you go in towards, I guess I can say this, as the Productivity Commissioner has made clear, greenfield development costs more than infill. And I think the figures, I might be right, it's about $74,000 a hectare on greenfield and about $18,000 a hectare on infill. So I think that that's a pretty fair comparison. How that then is allocated between landholders obviously turns on who owns the land.
Well, talking about greenfield and infill, the Queensland Government has embarked upon a proposal to pay some of those contribution charges to encourage infill development, a $350 million fund. Is that something that's being considered by the New South Wales Government?
Well, we've already introduced in my first budget a housing acceleration fund. In fact, we did two. We did one for regional New South Wales, a proportion of it for regional New South Wales as well. And we made the point, which I think, to be fair to you, Mr. Fowler, you disagreed with, in which we ensured that because the charge is payable at the time that a construction certificate is issued, not an occupancy certificate, it means that we're in a better position to actually build the infrastructure before people pick up the keys. I made this point. No one can pick up the keys to their front door unless there's a street that goes to their driveway. And the fact that we made that change means we're in a better position to really deal with the concern that lots of communities have, which is the homes come but the infrastructure doesn't.
But in the terms of that change, though, Treasurer, that is something that was actually flied in the face of the recommendation of the Productivity Commissioner, who said that the timing of the payment of infrastructure charges be shifted from the commencement of construction when cash flow is the tightest to the end of construction when settlement and cash flow is imminent.
Yeah, but
doesn't this make it even harder for building companies across New South Wales?
To be fair to the Productivity Commissioner, the Productivity Commissioner has accepted the fact that that was his view. And I made the point, I think when we were debating it in Parliament, that the capacity to pay that charge tends to turn more on the financing arrangements that apply at the time, not the cash flow arrangements that apply from the time of sale. And what you'll tend to find is that people who engage in such large-scale development finance it. And in
they
many
incur
senses,
costs in financing it.
Yeah, of course they do. They also make a lot of profit from it, Mr. Fowler. They make a lot of profit from it.
Those costs get passed on.
But I would also make this point, Mr. Fowler. Someone has to pay. And if you're advocating a view that suggests that developers shouldn't make a contribution, then you are arguing that households should fill that gap. And that has a real cost of living impact on people, especially when it comes to water charges as well. So for every other state does require various forms of contribution, because otherwise the incidence of expenditure falls on the public and it falls on households. I think that we can get the balance right to ensure that developers can make good profits, but equally we can continue to ensure that households don't have to suffer from incredibly rising water bills and other forms of infrastructure bills at the same time.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, at an earlier hearing of this committee this year, the Premier said that the cost to government and community of the appalling, in my words, appalling, self-evident and ongoing gangland war on Sydney streets can be calculated in the billions of dollars.
This is his thing.
I watched.
Do you say a wash?
I watched you.
Oh, you
ask the
watched.
Premier.
Oh, right. Thank you. Do you agree with the Premier that the cost of that gangland war can be calculated in the billions of dollars?
Well, I certainly think the law enforcement costs and other costs that are incurred by society as a result of a organised crime in that magnitude, yes.
How are these costs being calculated? Is Treasury doing any work to quantify or model the cost? You just said that the Police Minister is relentlessly advocating for more resources, and of course those resources are going into combating this crime. Who is doing the modelling to assess the cost to the public purse, the community and the private sector?
Well, Mr. Buckingham, I will have to check. Well, who is? Is Treasury, to the best of my knowledge, Treasury hasn't got a dedicated project towards calculating this, but I can't but help feel that in response to your advocacy, we may well be considering it soon as to whether we can or should, or who is best placed to provide such an estimate. Dare I say, it's also, I'm sure that there is academic research around this that we can inquire into as well.
Good. Well, that's good news. This week...
I'll just stress, let me come back to you on that.
Thank you. It's a very serious issue, Mr. Treasurer. This week, a young man in Fairfield Heights was executed in broad daylight at 8 a.m. in the morning on a suburban street in front of his mother, to the horror of that community. Is this gang war and appalling violence and crime making it less likely that there will be investment in housing and economic activity in the suburbs of southwest Sydney?
I honestly...
Do you think it's a Do you think this crime is a disincentive for investment in these communities?
That's a hard question to answer. I grew up near there. I grew up in Marylands. And Marylands is still a place I'm very fond of, and I consider it to be my home. It's fair to say that it's pretty close to Fairfield. It's fair to say there's been lots of investment in those communities, but it's hard for me to be able to tell you what the counterfactual would be.
Well, hopefully, if Treasury is doing some modelling, it's something that they look into. Treasurer, what are these criminal gangs fighting over?
Well, I presume power is what they're fighting over.
Power over what?
Illicit businesses.
Illicit businesses? What sort of illicit businesses?
Drug businesses is what my understanding is.
Illicit drugs.
Buckingham. But I
Fancy you wanted to.
stress again, it's not. I wouldn't claim any special expertise.
Shouldn't we have special expertise in how, especially in Treasury, how if they're costing the public purse billions, how these crime gangs are making their money? In the words of the New South Wales Chief Inspector Jason Weinstein, he said that illicit cannabis was the jet fuel of organised crime. That was how they build. That was their startup model for organised crime. How do you respond to that?
I respond with respect. When I say I don't have expertise, you shouldn't infer that Treasury doesn't, or you shouldn't infer that the New South Wales government doesn't, or other entities don't either. As I was witnessing your similar line of questioning with the Premier, I heard you refer multiple instances to the New South Wales Crime Commission, who do have tremendous expertise in this question, and I take their advice very seriously. They do have real in-depth knowledge of how these organisations work. I also say they are very effective at disrupting them too.
Well, the New South Wales Crime Commission has said that the scale and scope of these illicit cannabis industries is increasing. One in northern New South Wales in 2022 was to the value of $500 million. And they went on to say that, if you just bear with me, that it was one of, these are the words, it's one of the most in terms of illicit cannabis, it's one of the most widely used drugs in Australia, and the profitability allows organised crime to generate significant income to fund the importation of other drugs from overseas. So prohibition essentially is creating the business model for these crime gangs that's costing the community billions of dollars, is it not? Prohibition on cannabis, I should say.
Well, I guess that's an inference you've drawn from the advice of the Crimes Commission.
Would you draw that inference?
I would draw a inference that is, yes, of course, organised crime businesses make money from the trade of illicit substances. I have no idea whether or not cannabis is the particular commodity upon which they make their profit margin or not.
Well, that's not what you're saying. It's what I'm suggesting, and what the senior police are suggesting. It's how they start to become profitable. It's how because importing meth from overseas, importing cocaine, much more difficult, I'm informed, than just starting up a grow operation in regional New South Wales or a series of grow houses in Western Sydney.
I confess no expertise in the life cycle of an organised crime business.
Okay. The German government recently, this week, Olaf Scholz's government, the Bundestag, passed laws to legalise cannabis. The largest economy in Europe has recently legalised cannabis. Their health minister, Karl Lauterbach, said, "We have two goals in terms of ending prohibition on cannabis. We have two goals: to crack down on crime and the black market, and protect young people from an unregulated market and product." Do you think New South Wales and Australia should be following the lead of a successful, progressive, democratic country like Germany and cracking down on the black market of illicit cannabis?
Well, I do follow German politics to some degree. I often ask myself, what would Olaf do? And
You're not talking about
he's
frozen.
running an interesting government, and it's a government that includes what was left of the Greens Party and the FDP as well, the Freedom Party, which I'm sure Mr. Rath follows closely as well. I'm not across their cannabis policy, to be fair. But I guess in terms of the broad point you're making, which is a worldwide trend towards decriminalisation of cannabis consumption, yes, I've observed that. And in fact, I believe that there was a US state last year in a referendum that approved it in quite a strong number. I believe others have too. I'd also point out, for what it's worth, that there are some interesting debates that are happening now about, from the other perspective, about how well some of those laws are working in practice. I can only refer you to some articles that have been recently published in the New Yorker. This week actually published a piece on
what they're saying.
Oregon and the effects of drug decrim in Oregon. Equally, what's going on with the New York cannabis market, which I was reading about earlier this week. And some of the issues to do with the fact that legalisation of cannabis in New York hasn't necessarily led to the extinguishment of organised crime's involvement in cannabis, but has in fact led to organised crime taking over the dispensaries. Yeah. So all of which is my way to say it's hard for me to answer your question.
Yeah, okay. The National Household Drug Survey came out this week. 80% of respondents to that survey, they said they support the legalisation of cannabis. Are you one of those households?
I wasn't surveyed, but I will take this opportunity to correct some slander you inadvertently provided to me, Mr. Buckingham. I saw earlier in this year that you did an interview with the Herald in which you said everyone in Parliament had at some point consumed cannabis. I can assure you, I never have.
Neither have I.
I've never
You're into
smoked.
hip-hop.
I've never inhaled. I've never done anything of the sort. And so I'm prepared to say that. And I just have to say, when I read your profile at one of my favourite Egyptian restaurants, I was insulted by the implication that you had drawn about my cannabis consumption habits or lack thereof.
I was verbal. I said nearly everyone. So, so winding that back. Are you aware?
Have you tried
Treasurer, that there is?
I have not.
I have not.
Nancy Reagan said just said no.
Pure
I
as
said
a driven snow. That's good to know. Are you aware, Treasurer, that there is a jurisdiction in New South Wales in which cannabis is legalised?
Which one?
ACT.
It's called the ACT.
In New South Wales, you said?
Within New South Wales.
Oh, trick question.
Are you aware of that?
I am, yes.
Are you aware of of some of the outcomes after 4 years of cannabis legalisation in the ACT? What some of the outcomes are in terms of crime, health, etc.?
Well, dare I say, I'm prepared to confess I'm probably not as aware of them as you are.
Well, I'd be interested in your response to the fact that a parliamentary inquiry found that there'd been a 95% drop, of course, in cannabis-related crimes. There was also
How do they still have 5%?
Pardon?
How do they still have 5% if it's deregulated?
There was a massive decline. There'd been no increase in roadside drug testing offences. There'd been no increase in people presenting at hospitals, and the National Household Drug Survey said this week there had been a decrease in cannabis consumption in the ACT. Don't you think it's time that we seize the opportunity to regulate cannabis, create a revenue stream, because there's benefits in terms of the Treasury's bottom line and in terms of reducing crime on our streets?
Well, Mr. Buckingham, I respect your advocacy on the matter. I would point out that that's your advocacy on the matter, and as well as the advocacy of others, is why the government has committed to a drug summit in which these propositions can be advanced, they can be tested, other experts can weigh in, and we can have a conversation about what is the right settings going forward. And so my own view is to respect that process, to respect that election commitment, to ensure that that drug summit is in a position in which people can have their say and expertise and claims can be thoroughly tested by both the public, the media, the community, the parliament, and of course the government.
Thank you, Treasurer. Ms.
Thank
Higgins.
you, Chair. Good morning.
Hello, Ms. Higginson.
Treasurer and Secretary. Do you support the conversion of... You won't be surprised by my question. Do you support the conversion of existing native forests into carbon credit systems, such as using them for Australian carbon credit units?
I definitely think it's a prospect that needs to be explored. And I think that the prospects of being able to use for the New South Wales government to become a mass supplier of carbon credits is strong. And the fact that within that strategy that can encompass the use of native forests is obviously something that the industry itself is talking about. And my view would be, certainly theoretically it is something which we should explore. I think the issue with the take-up is going to be whether or not the methodology to assess the carbon abatement is developed and how it's developed.
And so are you doing any work? Is New
Yes.
South Wales Treasury doing
Yes,
any
we
work?
are.
You are?
We are.
Can you elucidate any
So
bits?
you'll see that one of the policy pieces of work that we are looking to do is for us to assess what exactly, as I said, is the capacity of the New South Wales government to become a mass supplier of ACCUs. Secondly, that work encompasses our state-owned corporations who are massive landholders. I would say it's more than just Forestry Corp. There are other landholders that we're interested to see what's use. Equally, the capacity of the Crown as a Crown land manager itself.
Do you see issue, though, with allowing the big carbon emitters to use these sort of offsets in lieu of actually avoiding their emissions?
Well, to be frank,
You won't have to, there won't be any left.
no, because the fact that we now have a safeguard mechanism in place certainly allows for that, and particularly because the technological curve amongst big polluters is such that there will be a period of time.
So you think it's inevitable? We've got those hard to abate agent emitters, and we'll facilitate that.
Well, what I would say is that it turns on the technological curve of alternate technologies. So if a steel plant is able to convert itself to hydrogen at a price point that's affordable, they won't abate. Equally, if an aluminium factory is able to, or Tomago is in a position in which they can adopt other technology, which means they don't need to be a buyer. But I think that there is genuine industry concern that the technology is not developing at a price point that is affordable for them before their obligations to abate arise. We want them to abate.
Yes.
And so I think for that period of time, the use of abatement mechanisms is a strong part of the policy mix.
Are you aware of the study from last year, which was led by the University of Berkeley's Goldman School of Public Policy, that found and showed that carbon offset projects that the industry's top registries have consistently allowed developers to claim way more carbon savings benefits than justified? Have you seen that report? Sorry.
I heard the question, but it was a bit vague. Yes, I'm not familiar with precisely. I might be familiar with that study. I may have read that.
It's the one researchers found. This is from Berkeley. Literally found that they assessed the methodologies underpinning forestry projects responsible for 11% of offset ever used, and found radical shortcomings in all of them.
Well, firstly, I'm very much aware of that concern. Whether I'm aware of those concerns arise from a study is a different question, but I'm very much aware of those concerns. And that's kind of my point that I was making before, that a lot of it turns on the soundness of the methodology that's adopted and accredited and verified. And that is a big hurdle to being able to potentially use forestry estates, softwood and hardwood, for carbon abatement. But I still maintain the view that the potential is such that it should be explored.
And you're aware as well that what comes with that is an enormous corruption risk for those sort of new markets that are establishing, and that's precisely where
yes, I'm
these
aware.
bogus credits.
Yes, I'm aware of that risk, which is part of the reason why that firstly, frankly, there is in terms of who has a forestry estate, there is a desire for Australia to play a role. Secondly, it's not just the forestry estate. I just stress that. In many sense, the capacity to provide abatement opportunities is outside of that.
Treasurer, I am talking specifically about the public, and particularly the public forest estate. That is a really important asset.
I take the point. But then I guess the third thing I say in response to that concern, that is part of the reasons why people who would want to buy ACCUs want to buy them from a government. Because these are going to be a massive asset class that's going to be sitting on balance sheets. They are likely to be subject to trade. People are likely to borrow against the asset value of the abatement. And so from our perspective, I'm certainly picking up enough noise amongst people who are searching for ACCUs for their government to become a supplier of them.
And so, but do you understand at this point that the research, and particularly the developments so far with the forestry ACCUs that have been happening, particularly through the Canberra mob, the university in ANU, that what's really clear is that the real carbon saving for New South Wales, so if government is going to be an ACCU provider, it surely has to do that fiscally, and the genuine real carbon saving in public native forests for your budget and maintaining the black is actually in protecting the forest, not generating the trade.
Yeah, I'm very much aware of the ANU's views and the ANU scientists' views. And so, yes, I'm very much aware of that. And secondly, I'd have no reason to disagree with it. And the third thing I would say is we're testing all these propositions as part of the work that we're doing. And the final point I make is the credentialing of these abatement methodologies is the prerogative of the Commonwealth Government. And so we are wanting to work in partnership with the Commonwealth Government on that question.
So when you say, thank you, I appreciate that. When you say that we're looking at the government, but New South Wales potentially being a supplier, would that be to an international market? Is that what you're looking at?
Well, the market's not designed, but at this point we would see it as complementary to the safeguard mechanism. The real question is whether or not international schemes recognise that for the purposes of their carbon abatement. As I'm sure you're aware, the EU is about to apply a carbon adjustment levy from 26.
Yeah.
From our perspective, alignment with those schemes matters a great deal because I think that will give us a strong trade advantage with the EU, which I point out is still the world's 5th largest economic trade zone, or 4th. So that's the first point. The second point I'd make is that equally alignment with the US standards is going to be crucial. I mean, in global carbon markets, New South Wales is a minnow. Australia, frankly, is a bit of a minnow. So our ability to credential with other schemes matters a great deal.
Treasurer, did I just hear you make the case to just protect our native forests and not play the international game with our precious public native forests?
All I have to say...
I think I heard that.
No, I didn't hear that.
I might have heard that.
As you can see, Ms Higginson, I am interested deeply in this question.
Yeah.
Because from my perspective, New South Wales has the opportunity to be a world leader in how we are able to manage climate adaptation, and I'd love it to be a trade advantage of this state that we have over the other states and frankly over other countries.
But we would only do that without creating perversities or corruption mechanisms or anything like that in the system. We would put those priorities our highest, wouldn't we?
Well, I think that if you want a durable long-term market that is capable of attracting international investment, it has to be of the highest standard and the most corruption resilient.
Thank you,
Thank you, Treasurer. Thank you, Ms Higginson.
Thank
The
you, Chair.
opposition.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Treasurer. Before we were talking about Queensland paying for infill housing, effectively, and charges and the like, and they're doing that through a $350 million fund. Does it concern you that $105 million of New South Wales outstanding hotel quarantine bills are helping fund Queensland developers?
Oh, it does. Mr. Farlow, states should
what are you
pay
doing
their
about it?
bills.
And what are you doing
I'm
about
doing
it?
about it is the following. Firstly, I can proudly report to you that quarantine collection from other states has doubled in the 22-23 year, and I give some of that credit to my predecessor as well. Our good friends in Victoria paid their bill. Our good friends in South Australia paid their bill.
What about the Queenslanders?
And if Victoria, even Victoria can pay its bills, so can Queensland. And I expect Queensland to pay its bills. Now, I point this out. My predecessor wrote off the $105 million from the books. So we've already taken the write-off. And that wasn't my decision. That was the decision of the Treasurer and the Treasurers potentially who preceded me. So...
But you've got better relationships up in Queensland. What have you been able to do to shake the tree and get $105 million?
That's quite the claim. And
you and Mr. Dick would be mates, wouldn't you?
Well, it depends on the day, and it depends on the bill. And I've got to say, what I expect Queensland to do is pay its bills. And I've made that point clear to the Queensland Treasurer on multiple occasions.
And what if they don't?
And I'm also pleased to say to you that at first instance, we will be pursuing it through the Commonwealth Grants Commission process about divvying up GST payments and other forms of grants. We want the Commonwealth Grants Commission to take it into account. I am honest about the fact that that is a relatively novel claim to put on the CGC. And equally, I'm not going to versage that that's going to work, but that is the first strategy that we're applying. The second strategy I've said we will do is we reserve the rights to withhold payments to Queensland in other matters that do not create any risk to life or liberty between our two states in order to recover this money. And equally, I've recently been in correspondence with the Queensland Treasurer to that effect, and I intend to be talking to him about it again into the future.
And in terms of the Commonwealth Grants Commission, are we getting ripped off when it comes to GST? And if so, what are we doing about it?
We are, and we are being ripped off when it comes to GST in the CGC. And what we are doing about it is we have a whole team. We do. I think we're up to 50 or 60 experts. Do we, Mr. Treasurer Secretary?
I'm not sure I can confirm that number.
Well, I think we've engaged many people, and to respect to providing the Commonwealth Grants Commission with much more up-to-date information about what it costs to deliver essential services in general. I would also make the point that we're doing that in partnership with other states, but we're being relentless about making that point about how it applies to New South Wales. We're also making the point that the traditional standard that the Commonwealth Grants Commission use, which is to benchmark everybody to the strongest fiscal state, heretofore has been New South Wales. But as a result of the arrangement that the Morrison government entered into with WA, we make the point that they should be reflective of who actually is, at the time that they're making these determinations, the strongest fiscal state. And I've got to say, a lot of this has been disrupted as a result of that arrangement. My issue is not with West Australia. I expect West Australia to always put its state's interests first. My interest is ensuring that the Commonwealth honours its word to make sure that no other state is worse off. I'm also pleased to report that as a result of some of that advocacy that I and others have done, the Commonwealth has agreed to extend the no worse off guarantee for a number of years, which is helpful. And I want to thank Jim Chalmers for doing that. It just does mean, though, we were going to need a permanent guarantee from 29 onwards, just as we needed one from 27 onwards. The fact that we have 3 more years of additional breathing space and certainty is really important for New South Wales, as it is for the other states. But the problem still remains. Our expectations have not changed. For as long as that agreement is in place with West Australia, the no GST worse off agreement needs to be in place for every other state too.
Treasurer, I know before when we were talking palliative care that you didn't actually believe that a reduction in the planned increase in funding was an actual cut, but how do you explain the actual cuts that you're making in education funding?
Sorry, Mr. Rath, what are you referring to?
Are you making actual cuts to education funding in the last budget?
No, I'm fairly... Let me
No.
just double check. The education budget is higher this year than it was last. The budget paper for you.
The major factor in the education budget was the re-estimation of the enrolment share of public schools compared to previous estimates. So from memory, it was a reduction of 27,000 children and young people, and of course when you have a smaller enrolment, you adjust funding accordingly. So that was one factor in the education budget, but countervailing factors were the government's commitment to get to the 75% of the student resourcing standard faster,
Yep, and if
as well as a whole range of election commitments.
And if you turn to page 5.1 of budget paper 2, the agency financial statements, you'll see that education's budget has risen from 22,208.8 in 22-23 to 22,414.1, which is about $300 million, which reflects what the Secretary says. But increasingly and importantly, you'll see on the capital expenditure side that it's gone from 2380.7 to 2586.2, growth of 8.6% in terms of the capital spending as well. And then if you look down, that's just the Department of Education. If you look down, you'll see that the New South Wales Education Standards Authority had a 5.4% funding increase. The childcare policy is coming into effect, and you'll see that TAFE's funding in this budget paper has been corrected in the half-year review, which is what we said we would do at the time.
So what about, I mean, Treasurer, genuinely curious here, but what about in Budget Paper 1? It seems to me there's almost a $300 million funding cut.
What page are you referring
to?
to?
So table A1.7, Budget Paper 1.
A1.7. A1.
General government
So-
sector funds, functions.
So
Sorry, general government expenses by function.
Page A112.
A112. I think what you're picking up here is some of the consequences of the mock changes. But we're happy to come back to you, and I think this afternoon, perhaps, the people who are experts in
But you can see
reconciling
why,
it.
to me, it looks like there's
Well-
an almost $300 million
But that,
funding
but
cut.
Mr. Rath, when I was in your position, and I used to read that part of the budget paper, I used to always grab the agency financial statement and check. And once you reconcile the two, you are able to answer your own question, and the agency financial statements have gone up. A lot of this turns on how you're describing it between clusters as well. It's really no more than that.
Well, you can forgive my curiosity, but Budget Paper...
That's why we have estimates. I'm glad someone's asking about the budget.
Budget Paper 2 then, the TAFE Commission. So it seems...
In the half-year review, Mr. Rath, what happened last year was with TAFE, we were going through a national funding agreement reform. And we concluded the national funding agreement, I believe, in October or September last year, which was after the budget. And knowing that that was likely to be the case, we made a decision that we wanted to wait for the outcome of the national funding agreement in order for us to then finalise TAFE's budget for the year, which happened to be fortuitous because of the limited time between the budget and the half year, which means you'll see on page 21 of the half year review, the New South Wales Government signed the National Schools Agreement, which is a 5-year joint agreement between the Australian Government territories to strengthen the vocational sectors. 314.6 million in expenses to 2026, which was then put in, and that was offset by the Commonwealth. And I'm really pleased that we actually got more money from the Commonwealth for TAFE, because it's so important that people have access to vocational responsibilities. So that's all that happened in that space.
Great. Well, then moving to the half-yearly review, since we're on it,
Yes.
it shows employee expenses for 2023-24 increasing by around $487 million from the budget. Given the cut-off date, as you mentioned just before, Treasurer, for the half-yearly review was prior to the deal with the paramedics, and it's only 3 months after the budget. How do you explain that $487 million increase?
Well, firstly, I'd say 3 things to that. The first is you need to look at that table, and let's get the like table from the budget, which I believe is table 3.5. What's chapter 4's expenses? It's probably 4 point something. So I'm fairly positive that that number, you'll actually see that the average growth has changed downwards. So, yep, there it is. So if you go to page 5.5 of Budget Paper 1, the like table had that average growth pegged to 4.1%. And as you can see in the half-year review, that's slightly fallen to 3.9%. To some degree, that reflects the fact that there are vacancies in the public service. To some effects, that reflects the fact that we are, of course, reducing the size of the SES. So I think for context, you need to remember that there was an adjustment there to the other effect. The second point I'd make, which I might ask the Treasury to explain, how the employee line of table 3.5 on page 21 of the half-year review reconciles with the other line items that are in that table.
So, Mr. Rath, you'll recall that the agreement reached to increase teacher pay had a whole range of offset savings to the tune of about $1.4 billion over 4 years. When the budget was produced in September, Education had allocated most of those savings to employee-related expenses. Between the budget and the half-yearly, they recategorised around $500 million of those savings from employee-related costs to grants, subsidies and other transfers. So you'll see in the table you're referring to, there's an increase between budget and half yearly on the employee-related expenses line and a reduction on the grants, subsidies and other transfers line. So it's a recategorisation within education's budget. The total budget hasn't changed, but it has affected the employee-related
So it's a
expense line.
recategorisation of
For accounting purposes.
Yeah, for
rather than pushing through additional
No.
pay increases to public servants that we
Yes.
have not been made aware of.
No,
it's
you'd
absolutely
be
not
pleased
that.
to know that last year we settled 74, 75, 77 different awards. That was factored in by budget. We completed the negotiations, you're right to say, with the paramedics as well. And we haven't commenced the new bargaining round because those awards aren't due to expire for another 3-4 months.
And how much of the Essential Services Fund has been drawn down to date?
Bear in mind the Essential Services Fund is put in place to support future bargaining. So it really is applying from future rounds.
So nothing,
so
no,
at this
it hasn't
point-
been drawn down
this
at all.
point, it hasn't been drawn down. You're going to ask me now about the paramedics component, and I'll say that was covered as part of the 4%.
Right.
Part of the earlier one, which incidentally...
Is it your job to ask questions?
Sorry, a point of order's been taken.
Oh, no, I was
No,
just,
no, no,
it was a
that's
bit
fine.
rhetorical.
You can-
I
I'm
was
being
wondering
efficient for
whether
Mr.
it's
Rat.
the treasurer's
helping
job
him
to ask questions.
I'm helping him get through his
Oh.
questions.
Yeah.
I'm helping me get through it. But you get the paramedics, the bulk of the paramedics cost was factored into in respect to the 4% adjustment that we adopted for the public sector wide as well. And in addition to that, of course, we incidentally managed to negotiate and establish 7 new classifications from memory that includes the use of paramedics at higher duties and the capacity for paramedics to use their full scope of practice, which is actually quite a very good thing for New South Wales, that they're able to do so and that they all have a pathway towards having that work value recognised. I make the point that the paramedics, of course, was a one-off and pretty exceptional circumstances as far as the work group goes. It arose as a result of the 2018 professionalisation of paramedics and the establishment of registration standards. When a similar process took place in the early 2000s with nurses, a similar adjustment took place to nurses' pay and conditions through a work value process. In effect, that is a change that we introduced. I pay credit to the HSU and the paramedics. It's fair to say I'm not their most loved minister. It's fair to say that I wasn't on their Christmas card list. We did have some tough and robust conversations with that union, but that union has been campaigning relentlessly for its members for a while now, and they obtained a proper recognition of their members' skills in a manner which also respects the ability of the state to use them to deliver better public services.
So, Treasurer, I mean, you've often spoken about abolishing the public sector wages cap, but I mean, essentially, you've got a de facto public sector wages cap because of the $3.6 billion set aside in the Essential Services Fund, don't you?
No. What we have is a system that incentivises workplace change and plays respect to the people who provide that change. And I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea that workers and essential workers benefit from fundamentally better systems.
But you've got to
In
draw
fact-
the line somewhere.
Well, in fact, all we are doing as an employer is what we expect every private sector employer to do. And that is fairly share the gains of their productivity growth with their workforce. Of course, how much and what share over what period of time is subject to contest. But I'll give you the counterfactual because we've just lived through it. The counterfactual is a decade of wage suppression that creates chronic shortages in the public service, that diminishes consumption spending in the economy, that causes private sector employers to equally begin to repress wages, which creates problems for businesses making future investments. What I would observe is that the wage cap you advocate for has short-term consequences for the budget, but long-term consequences for people's living standards. And the fact that I'm really pleased the fact that real wage groups are now growing again in New South Wales earlier. And that's not some crude economic statistic. That means ordinary working people are getting more of a share of the wealth that they themselves create, and they're in a better position to accumulate assets, provide for their families, exercise their rights as citizens.
When will the Peak Engagement Council be established?
The Peak Engagement Council? That Peak Engagement Council is going to be established as we go through the course of the mutual gains bargaining process as well. Part of that mutual gains bargaining process is to respect your counterparties. So the actual time of establishment will obviously be done in consultation with the people who we are going to ask to participate in that Peak Engagement Council. I will say about the Peak Engagement Council, this is the core of what mutual gains bargaining is. The idea that you simply bargain at the end of a cycle is fundamentally just not true, because anybody who works in a workplace knows that you're constantly making changes. And what the idea of the Peak Engagement Council is designed to do, it is designed to ensure that culture of cooperation is established before people get around to pay and conditions. And the Peak Engagement Council's role is to ensure that we are able to carry that spirit forward to the actual industrial phase of the negotiations.
And will the union reps on there be paid?
I don't believe any such decisions have been made, but the idea that you pay people to bargain is pretty common. I recall when I was an industrial official and you're asking a person to come off the job to represent their workers and to go well and above and beyond what their ordinary responsibilities is, I don't think it's fair to ask that person to cut their wages while they do it. And I have to say, if you're serious about bargaining, and if you're serious about having working people with the direct knowledge of the systems that they apply at the bargaining table, then of course I'm not going to be asking a nurse to sacrifice wages to come and bargain with the government.
The half-yearly review, have you cut grants and, going back to the point before of grants and subsidies, $0.963 billion reduction in grants and subsidies?
Secretary.
So I'm happy to take it on notice for further information, but the biggest single factor there, Mr. Rath, that explains the reduction between budget and half-yearly is the reallocation of around $500 million from employee-related expenses within education to grants and subsidies.
But in general, yes, we are.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Because the biggest sort of growth of grant funding in that line item was Tahi-related. The fact is, that's how all the access fees that go to Sydney trains run through that line. And so that's grants to the P&FC sector that comes from the general government. And now I would say that we are, ironically, now accounting for that as a grant and not an equity injection. But as a result, we're reducing the grants that we're giving to Sydney trains and we're giving to New South Wales trains because they don't need as much money to pay Tahi, because we no longer have a magical money go round between different parts of the budget.
So putting aside the $500 million employee reclassification and putting aside Tahi, is there anything else that you're cutting?
So putting aside the two biggest components
of what else are you cutting? Well, I'm curious as to what else in that savings that you've identified of $0.963 billion, putting aside those two items, what grants and subsidies are you cutting?
A large part of it, but in general, this is grants that go to the P&FC sector. So it also reflects the profile of their capital program. So the way it works is we give money to P&FCs that then use it to build capital. It shows up on their balance sheet as capital and it leaves ours as an operating expense. And it shows up through that line item. So to some degree, I'm more than happy to see what additional information we can provide you in that respect. But this is relatively conventional accounting. And dare I say, there's been no change in how we account for policies upon a change of government. And this is all scrutinised by the Auditor General. And I make no apologies for cutting Tahi-related expenses that aren't leading to greater public transport. I prefer to spend that money on actual public transport rather than on a magic money go-round that cash traps it in the transport asset holding entity.
Thank you, Treasurer. Just before I hand over to the Greens, a couple of quick questions. Mr. Mookhey, has the Treasury done any economic modelling on the cost to the New South Wales economy of the federal government's proposed 450 gigalitre water buybacks in the Murray-Darling Basin?
has the Treasury as opposed to the other
I detect
departments?
a personal conflict of interest.
Of course there
Oh,
is.
of course.
Yeah.
My secretary is probably, I should be answering these questions, not my secretary. And therefore, what I would suggest we do, Mr. Buckingham, is to the best of my knowledge, I believe if any such modelling is to be undertaken, it's likely to be done through the new Department of Climate, Energy and Water. And they're probably the people you should ask the question to. But perhaps this afternoon, when other officials who are here, you might wish to direct it to them.
Sure, I'm asking on the behalf of the excellent member for Murray,
Yep.
who's asked me to bowl a few questions up.
Something stuck in my throat.
Has in that regard, Treasurer, has the New South Wales government gets a significant revenue
refusal may
from
offend.
Keno, which is operated through many clubs that are members of Clubs New South Wales.
didn't
Is the
care
New
about
South
it
Wales government
when
aware
she
of
was
concerns
elected.
over the federal
Now
tax
suddenly she
status of
does.
Clubs New South Wales, and specifically whether Clubs New South Wales has been falsely claiming federal tax exemptions for decades?
Is the New South Wales government aware? I don't know. Am I aware? No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, for when will the government get on and build the Tooleybuck Bridge and Swan Hill bridges?
I will come back to you on that.
Thank you.
I'll take it on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Treasurer, I just have one question. I've just been over in the other budget estimates hearings and asking the Minister there about our corrections system. There are some really, really deep issues at the moment within our corrections systems. The Inspector of Corrections keeps reporting issues in relation to the physical premises, whether we have the facilities to be able to uphold human rights conditions, i.e. ending the era of dreadful strip searches and so on. It seems like there are enormous budgetary realities, and that every answer I sort of get to is, it seems like it's a financial constraint as to why we're not improving our prisons. And one of the aspects, as well as the improvement in the systems to be able to make these places of recovery, rehabilitation, and hence stop the recidivism. One of the issues that's come to my attention recently, which I have found alarming, is the exploitation of labour within the prison system. So prisoners are working, they work long hours, and they get unbelievable exploitative wages, like really unbelievable, $25 a week for working a full-time workload. What's been brought to my attention is that these entrenched cycles of poverty within the system are an absolute hotbed for conflict, for trauma amongst prisoners and within the system. Is there something you would do to look at this to provide more money for corrections?
Well, firstly, I might answer the second part of your question first, which is the government is engaged in a whole of government reform process when it comes to the correction system. Already we've made decisions about the role of private prison owners, and we have important decisions to make about their ongoing role as well. And so I point that out. The second part is through that process, there is a capacity to ensure that prisons are there to rehabilitate people as well, and as well as the hardened criminals are of course separated from the community, but those who are capable of rehabilitation in fact are. I guess a question around financial constraint. Who am I to judge others? But I would say that as Treasurer, I've often had people come to me and say that lots of problems can be solved if we just gave it more money. My own view on that is that the case for additional investment needs to be paired with the case for reform. And we are working with our prisons and our workers in the prison system to look at these issues to see that if there's going to be any additional investment, what is it going to be used for, what better results can we expect, and what can we realise. I'd also just make this point, that the number of people who are incarcerated are falling, and as a result...
Can I just say on that, though, the number of remand is
I accept
skyrocketing.
that. I do accept that.
It's absolutely skyrocketing.
But the costs are obviously, from our perspective, the number of people who are in prisons is falling. Therefore, I don't accept the premise that there's financial constraints.
But Finally, before I hand over, is, you know, there are really tangible things, i.e. people not being able to access the right computer systems. Yesterday I heard even in the juvenile systems, the juvenile justice correction centres, literally we cannot get the technology or we to be able to provide communication systems, let alone the education systems. We're actually not providing the services that would really contribute to rehabilitation.
Well, of course, leadership of the prisons and the rehabilitation programs is operational. I don't have a say in that. But I would say, as a general principle, particularly when we are dealing with pretty acute budget challenges, anyone who has dealt with me knows, from the public service or others, my expectation is that they optimise their use of the existing resources and demonstrate that they have before they make cases for new funding. And that is the similar outlook that I will apply. The right time to engage with the correction reform question is, of course, to allow the Minister, who's doing excellent work in the area, to persist. And when that happens, then of course we'll look at whether or not the budget is appropriate for what we expect of our corrections facilities. I'd also make the point, our corrections officers do a very good job in a very tough circumstance. I worked with them a lot, particularly as we were exposing a lot of what was going on with the workers' compensation system, which was led from our correction officers. I respect them a great deal. I will be listening to them too.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask one from I just hopped over to the other estimates as well. Perhaps you could give me a clearer question.
Can I ask, what have you gone over there to ask them about that came from here is a better question?
Nothing. I might get a clearer answer from you. How much money is the state government still giving to the New South Wales defence industry?
I don't know. Let me find out for you. We'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Yeah. Can we talk briefly about the Star? I understand in the news today there's a report that, you know, obviously profits are less than Star wanted them to be, and there's talk of the Pyrmont site being abandoned or closed down. When I read that, my immediate sort of interest was piqued, I guess, into the agreement that you struck with Star in relation to the sort of job guarantee or ensuring a certain number of workers.
Yep.
Where does that leave this? And
so, firstly, Star's profitability is not my concern. That's their concern. It makes no difference to me about if they're profitable or the magnitude of their profit. My obligation is to ensure that they pay their taxes. So that's my first point of response. The second point that I would make is that the questions to do with the Star's future arise more from a regulatory space than necessarily a financial one, albeit, let's be honest, of course Star's finances, as they would say, have experienced recent challenges. So in respect to the regulatory question, of course the regulator is independent. The regulator has commissioned a process to test suitability to recover a licence. Star currently doesn't have its licence, it's under management. I'm going to wait for the regulator to reach its determination. It's an independent process. It's for them to lead that process. But my message to Star, and for that matter everyone else engaged in the casino business, is that they need to take that process very seriously, that Star has to demonstrate it is capable of recovering its social licence, and they need to show the community that they are abiding by the law at all times.
I think it's clear in terms of, you know, I appreciate your statement that you're not interested in their profitability, and neither am I. But in addition to them paying their taxes, you also clearly are worried about the workers.
I am.
Which is why you put that arrangement into place.
I did.
And I know the unions are worried about the jobs there. Will you rule out providing financial support to Star in order for them to keep going?
So, should Star be incapable of recovering their licence, then the question of additional financial assistance doesn't arise because they don't have a licence. So, in that scenario, it's a moot question, to be honest, Miss Boyd.
But if they're just unprofitable, if they just decide...
No, I don't hand out money to unprofitable businesses just because they ask. I make the point, Star's workforce shouldn't pay the price with their jobs of the sins of Star's previous management. And telling 3,500 working people that they are out of work in, let's be honest, pretty good hospitality jobs in an industry that often finds it hard to provide them, I don't think is a fair social settlement for those workers. And I don't necessarily think it's a good interest of the New South Wales economy writ large. Our paramount concern as a government is to make sure that all casinos abide by the law at all times.
So then... and appreciating all of that, if we do end up with 3,500 workers out of work, presumably the government would step in for helping those workers to get another job. But you're ruling out propping up the business in order to keep those jobs.
I'm saying that should the regulator make regulatory decisions that require that put Star in a position where they're incapable of continuing, that question doesn't arise. Because you can't give money to a business that can't operate a license. Yeah. But of course, that our view will be to await the outcome of the regulator's independent actions, not to preempt them. And equally, I'm not really interested in alarming people about the prospects of their employment prematurely. But needless to say, we will be paying close attention to the findings of the regulator. We expect Star to be frank about its position through that process, but Star need to see this as an opportunity to convince the regulator and the public that they're capable of holding a licence.
Thank you. I'll turn now to a topic that I think you'll be keen to talk about, which is West Invest. And you and I have spent many a estimate session when you were in opposition asking about this, and you'll remember the ridiculous conversation we had around the two simultaneous usages of the money
I do.
From the sale of WestConnex. What happens now to the West Invest program on the back of the Auditor General's report?
Well, the West Invest program is now operational. And in terms of funding decisions by government, that era has come to an end. So the first point I'd say is in respect to the three components of the program. The first component, which was council, $400 million from memory, which is available to councils. I think that money is out the door or in the process of being rolled out the door. The $1.6 billion that was made available to community groups, this government said that we would respect the decisions that were made. At the time, we went to the last election saying we will not reopen that, and we haven't. And in the wake of the Auditor General's report, as I said on Wednesday, from our perspective, community groups really shouldn't be paying the price for Matt Keane's sins. And in respect to the $3 billion state government component, of which 400 and something odd million, 478.6 million from memory, had already been spent by the previous government. That component's honoured, and we went to the last election reprioritising the remaining money towards Western Sydney schools and hospitals. That's been done in the budget. That's the first response. The second response is we've accepted all the findings of the Auditor General, and they're going to be implemented. And the third thing I'd say is you're quite right to say that a lot of what we were told, Miss Boyd, would happen did not happen. And I did check the transcript when I was sitting in your position in the other room asking my predecessor. I remember asking my predecessor, what assurance can you give us that none of this money is going to be diverted to fund your government's pork barrelling? And my predecessor says, I reject the premise of your question. This will not be pork barrelling. This will be governed by a transparent and accountable and value for money set of guidelines. Wonderful. Which is why I was shocked when the Auditor General said, staff from New South Wales Treasury and Premier's Department put considerable resources into preparing guidelines, assessing and providing advice, and in most cases, this advice was not followed by the Treasurer. And I make the point, the Treasurer, my predecessor, committed to those standards. He got those standards developed. He ignored those standards. That is the basis by which I say that and express our, I'm sure, joint disappointment at the fact that the undertakings that were provided to us and the public were not followed, and the people who are paying the price for that are people who engaged in this program in good faith.
So in terms of the people, for example, I remember going out to a neighbourhood centre that was feeding well over 100 school children every morning who otherwise wouldn't get breakfast. I remember visiting them and them telling me that they had put in they had put in an application for money from Westinvest and had not received it. Those people, and instead it had gone to, and they knew that it had gone to a far less worthy cause. For those people who put in applications in good faith during the process, will they be given the opportunity to be looked at again? Is there some way of...
Well, there's two things I can say to that. The first is the program is closed, and that closed years ago. It closed 2 years ago in terms of that funding round. We made it clear that we weren't in a position to repeat it, and that position remains. The second point I'd make, particularly when it comes to breakfast at schools, is in the last budget we did provide Food Bank with an additional, I believe, 5-ish million, maybe 1. We'll come back to the exact figure. But we increased their funding so their network could double in terms of the number of schools they can provide with breakfast programs, which is an excellent piece of work.
Which is great, but there's just so much need.
And the third point I'd make about the Westinvest, and I want to take this opportunity to explicitly say, I don't lay any blame at the hands of the public service. The public service did its job. And the public service have provided advice. Governments have the prerogative of ignoring it, but the tradition is now for governments to document their reasons. That's now a requirement of the Grant Administration's Manual that this government put in place. The public servants who worked on this program in Treasury and in the Premier's Department did their jobs, and I don't want them to be criticised.
I read with interest your comments on the next intergenerational report that's being released in 26. I just reading that and reading the focus, and you and I have spoken about the wellbeing budget and wellbeing indices concepts before. As part of that broader looking at generational inequity, do you think you're being held back by the terms of the Fiscal Responsibility Act as it currently stands, given that it still has this focus of budgeting decisions on maintaining a AAA credit rating and then a very narrow set of
well, I think there's a pretty
that.
strong case to make that the FRA is out of date on the basis that every budget, I believe, for a while now, for a couple of years, has published statements explaining why they haven't followed it. Equally, so that's the first point I make. Second point I make about whether or not the FRA should be expanded to cover wellbeing or other forms of indices, I'd make the point that there are other budget laws that prescribe standards for budget papers that may be a better place to incorporate that.
Yep.
And the third point I'd make is the Minister for Finance announced 2 days ago that she's leading work on performance and wellbeing budgeting, that she's going to seek a reference to the Public Accounts Committee downstairs to have them inquire into it. And equally, I would say that through that process, there's the capacity for New South Wales to learn from the very best about wellbeing budgeting, and equally to be in a position to decide where in law we should reflect that.
Yep.
I'd also make this point, we are pretty eager to align that with the work that Federal Treasurer Chalmers is doing, because I'd love to be able to use that as a way in which to get more money for New South Wales. But the Secretary might want to add. No, that's...
Thank you. And I was really pleased to see that. It's really great that she's leading that. But in terms of setting up that Fiscal Responsibility Act, which unfortunately does confine a little bit of what you can and can't do, is there a plan to sort of stamp your vision onto that before we are in the position of perhaps having another government in place?
Well, it's fair to say, Ms Boyd, I'm always open for suggestions as to what for law reform, but it's not the top of my priority list at this point in time. In the future, I'm open to views about how the FRA can be modernised and reflect current budget circumstances. The FRA, I think, is good in the sense that it applies a conversation around what is the state's fiscal strategy, But yes, it was clearly a reflection of its time and clearly a reflection of the fiscal strategy of the government of the day.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Treasurer, in opposition, you voted to amend the Local Government Act regarding who will foot the bill for council demergers. Are you now refusing to fund council demergers and walking away from your former position?
I believe that there is a process that the local government minister is embarking upon in respect to that. So I might have to just double check with him as to what's going on in that respect. But you are quite right to say that a lot of those local government amalgamations did not realise the savings that they were promised, and equally the additional support that was promised to them wasn't given. The mayor of the Inner West, I'm sure...
Well, I'll just redirect you in 1 second in terms of the initial support for...
Sorry, I don't know why Mr. Farr, I hadn't completed my answer.
Well, indeed, but I've got very limited time and I want to ask you...
The Treasurer is answering the question.
I'm redirecting the Treasurer, though.
The mayor...
Point of order.
The mayor of the Inner West Council would make the point that he wasn't aware of the financial assistance that was available to apparently to his council, which was merged. But somehow that money ended up building a car parking in Hornsby. So I want to get to the bottom of that.
Well, Treasurer, while you're getting to the bottom of things, you can get to the bottom of your own pre-election commitment to the people of Cootamundra Gundagai. And will you fund their demerger in line with your pre-election policy?
Look, to the best of my knowledge, the local government minister is engaging with those councils directly. And so I'm just going to allow him to lead that process and continue those conversations. And it's not my intention to provide a running commentary.
Has he sought any funding from you for that program?
Again, the local government minister is not backwards in coming forwards in asking for more money in general.
And do you give it to him?
I'm yet to meet a minister who is... reluctant to come and ask. And I will say I do, actually. He was also pretty successful in obtaining a few more resources for the Office of Local Government that puts them in a better position in which to support local government. He was also pretty relentless in the last budget round. I'm sure he would allow me to arguably test the limits of cabinet conventions by saying he was relentless in advocating for more money for local government, as he has a big job to do to correct, again, 12 years of neglect that he says he inherited.
Thank you, Minister. And Treasurer, in terms of pre-election commitments as well, will you continue to honour your pre-election commitment of no new taxes by not introducing a tax on short-term rentals in New South Wales?
I think, to be fair, the short-term rental proposition that's going forward for consultation isn't designed to raise a cent of revenue for New South Wales. And in fact, I think we've made it pretty clear we expect it to be revenue neutral. That's because whatever is sort of comes out of that, the predominant purpose of that exercise is to incentivise the return of rental stock to the long-term rental market. And I make that point because...
So you're announcing a tax today?
No, I am saying that we are engaging in good faith. But if you're asking me whether or not we're intending to revenue raise through that process, we're not.
I'm not. I'm asking you if you're intending to put a tax on.
Well, I would make the point that, believe it or not, Airbnb and others are making the case for some of these measures as well. So I'm just going to respect the fact that that consultation process is taking place in good faith and allow it to continue.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, I'll deal with two things in Globo, if I may, and that is the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities.
Yes.
The $25 million per annum that's rolling into those. When can communities expect those authorities to be populated and the money to roll out to projects? And the Regional Development Trust, the $350 million set aside for regional development. I understand that the expert advisory panel has been populated. When can communities expect to be able to make proposals in that program?
So I'll do the RDT first, if you don't mind, Chair. The Regional Development Trust is an initiative that the Minister for Regional New South Wales has championed and she's been relentless about. One of my many relentless colleagues, but she has been absolutely relentless about ensuring that regional communities have access to development funds on a needs basis, not on a political basis. You would know that the RDT, in effect, replaces a lot of the funds and the concerns that surrounded them that they that they were opaque, that they were only really available to National Party seats. The rest of regional New South Wales didn't get a fair shake at having a crack at them.
Because we have
And
most of the seats.
and in fact, so much of the complaints came from the fact that mayors, particularly country mayors, had engaged in good faith with many of those programs and weren't able to get clear answers. So as I understand it, the Minister is making sure that people have confidence in the new method of governance as well as the new method of funding assessment. I'm going to leave it for her to provide the specific details of its rollout, but I'm looking forward to it going out the door. We'll always look to see whether or not we can provide additional resources into it in future budget rounds. In respect to the
So you're
regional-
open to that?
Yeah, of course I am.
RDT could be...
Yeah,
topped
of course
up.
I am.
Yep.
Of course I am. Obviously, if we find in a situation where we can provide more money in that, we will. And that also is why, for example, I'm pretty eager to pay our bondholders less so we can pay our regional communities more and invest more in our essential services. The other point I make about the transition authorities is you are quite right to say we went to the election with the policy to establish them. We have in fact budgeted to establish them. The respective ministers who are engaged in that process are working through the details now, I think, with some of those affected communities. And I will also say the concept of a transition authority is popular, and I'm having more areas come forward and say we'd like one too as well. And of course we have to treat them with the respect that they deserve. I do want to pay tribute to the Hunters Jobs Alliance, Hunters Workers Alliance, that have really pioneered this concept and pushed it very hard. That includes Business Hunter, that includes the Newcastle Trades Hall, that includes many of the environmental groups that are in that area. They have been championing at the bit for something like this. Equally, Illawarra and Lithgow and parts of the Central West are equally eager to see the emergence of such a fund.
Fantastic, Treasurer. That is good news. Well, that concludes the morning session.
Aren't
We
you going
thank.
to dig him out of the hole, Bob?
Oh, no questions
Aren't
have
you
emerged
gonna-
from the ether.
aren't you gonna-
So, in the absence of questions from the government, that concludes the morning session. We thank you, Treasurer, Mr. Cootes-Trotter, for coming along. And the Secretariat will be in contact with regarding any questions that were taken on notice. So thank you very much.
See you again.
See you next time.
Thanks, Treasurer.
Welcome back, Mr. Cootes-Trotter, and welcome to all the witnesses joining us for the afternoon session. All of you have been sworn previously, so we will kick off proceedings with 20 minutes of questions from the opposition.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all for coming in today. I might start with you, Mr. Deverell, just about the whole of state fund. So what are the 6 funds that are being merged into the whole of state fund?
Perhaps maybe Mr. Cootes-Trotter can just give a bit of an overview.
I'll give you an
Better for you,
overview
Mr.
and then
Yeah, sure.
happy to refer either to Marina van der Walt or David Deverell. So the 6 funds that are under review under the whole of state fund proposal are the New South Wales Generations Fund, Treasury Managed Fund, Social and Affordable New South Wales Housing Fund, the New South Wales Infrastructure Future Fund, the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, and the Long Service Corporation Investment Fund, to a total, I think, from memory, of about $42 billion in assets.
Great. And the with each of these funds, what are the current constraints and limitations that will not apply to the merged whole of state fund?
So we are working that through. They all have special deposit accounts and working funds attached, which contain a range of constraints. But just taking 2 steps back, if you look at those funds, they range in their investment objectives. At one end, Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund aims to achieve an investment return of CPI plus 1%, whereas the Generations Fund is targeting CPI plus 4.5%. And the reason for this review is that, in a sense, the government and the people of New South Wales sit behind these funds. Governments can and do take long-term perspectives on their investments, and yet because of the specific requirements of some of these funds, they therefore have to have very short-term investment objectives. In other words, they have to have much more liquid assets in some of these funds. Now, our view is that given they are backed by government, given in a sense money is fungible, we are missing the opportunity to produce a greater rate of return over the long term by structuring things in a patchwork quilt of different funds. So what we have to do, of course, is respect the legislative constraints around special deposit accounts and think about ways that we can manage liquidity across the funds, the need to pay cash at any point in time, while at the same time basically investing the funds more towards equities and higher long-term higher performing assets and away from cash and other highly liquid investments. So there's work going on at the moment to provide advice to the government about the mechanisms by which you may do that, and I'm more than happy to pass to Marina or David, but particularly Marina, for further detail on that if you want it. But that's the basic rationale for it. That's the basic approach.
Yeah, any more detail would be helpful.
Sure.
If you.
Is there anything specific you're after?
Well, I think the I suppose in terms of the 6 different funds, which ones are performing better than the others, or what type of rate of return would you be expecting, or improvements from merging them together?
So I might hand over to David on the details of that.
So you've got funds that have a lower return objective, as Michael said. They will be funds that have constraints for specific reasons, whereas if you pull all the funds together, those constraints aren't as binding or aren't as restrictive as they would otherwise be. So you'd expect some of those funds with a lower return investment objective will produce a higher level of upside in terms of the single fund, and some of the, unlike a fund like the Generations Fund, which already has that type of investment objective.
So there'll be, like the aim is for obviously a overall higher rate of return through
without
mergers,
losing
sort of economies
any
of
of
scale.
the transparency or accountability around the purpose of the individual funds. No change proposed to their purpose, their accountability, but rather it won't be a single fund, it will be a virtual fund. We are able to invest in a different set of assets that over the long run will produce a much better return for taxpayers, and that's the rationale for the work that's been going on.
Great. I might just turn to one of those funds, the Generations Fund. So noting that in the 23-24 budget projections, there's projections for surpluses in 2025-26 and 26-27. They're premised on contributions to the New South Wales Generations Fund resuming in 24-25. What are the estimated contributions to the NGF for each financial year in 24-25 to 26-27?
I would have to take that on notice unless you've got it.
We've got the details on that. So it's just above 5 billion per annum. So we could get you the exact numbers.
That would be great. Yeah, but roughly about 5 billion a year.
Yeah, in total it's about a bit over $16 billion, but the government's made clear, of course, that that policy will be under review in the process of producing the 24-25 budget.
Is it possible as well, and obviously you'll have to take this on notice, but if it could be broken down, the yearly contribution by source, so for example from royalties, dividends, taxes?
So
you go.
I'm happy to take that one.
Yeah.
So the government has actually made a decision to de-link the contributions from specific revenue sources during the last budget.
So it all just comes out of consolidated revenue, essentially.
That's right.
It's not.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And what does Treasury estimate the budget outcome for financial years 25-26 and 26-27 would be if to the New South Wales Generation Fund if they do not resume? So if those contributions are not made, what would the financial position be?
So as part of the government's consideration of its policy on making contributions to the New South Wales, or really the debt component of the New South Wales Generations Fund, we will be providing updated estimates into that decision-making process ahead of this budget. So it will depend, of course, on the asset earnings in the fund during the course of this year. And my colleague David Deverill will tell me that past performance is no predictor of future performance. It's done generally pretty well to date, but we will keep updating the performance during the course of the year. And then the government will have current estimates against which it can judge the options for a contributions policy to that fund, and if it decides not to make a contribution, what that implies for the assets in the fund, the earnings of the fund based on our estimates, and therefore the return of the fund. Obviously, the point the government's been making, made around the 23-24 budget, is by legislation, that fund can only be used to offset net debt or eliminate debt. You cannot use it for recurrent expenditure, which is why the budget presents the budget results on a accepted Australian government standards reporting basis, but also looking through that to the operating result net of the earnings of the Generations Fund. So if you go to the budget papers, you can kind of get a sense of what that might look like if you weren't making future contributions to the fund. Offsetting that, of course, is the work on the whole estate fund. So if you can improve the earnings elsewhere, it could offset some or all of the earnings not earned by borrowing money and putting it into the Generations Fund. So the two things are bookends of the same decision.
The NGF's already been a fairly good performer, I think, so hopefully it'll be even better in the new merged fund. But the ability for the government to deliver a surplus in those future years, I mean, it is inextricably linked to the outcome in the NGF.
No, I think it's inextricably linked to the government's fiscal strategy, which is much, much broader than the earnings, albeit they are significant, of 16 billion of over $106 billion of financial assets.
Great. I might just move to nurses, temporary nurses. So the 23-24 budget includes a provision of $572.3 million for converting 1,112 full-time equivalent nurses and midwives, positions which were funded temporarily to June 2024 to permanent positions.
Yes.
What is the estimated average annual salary for these 1,112 full-time equivalent positions?
I'd have to take that on notice, obviously, for the purpose of framing budgets and making estimates of future expenditure. We have a set of assumptions about the average cost of different essential service roles. I don't have that to hand, but we can get it to you on notice.
That would be great. Maybe also any additional employee-related costs per full-time position?
No, it's calculated on an assumed average salary plus the roll-up of superannuation, leave and other costs. Yep.
Yeah. No, just because when I did the back of the envelope calculation, it seems, $572.3 million, and then you divide that by the 1,112 full-time equivalent positions, and it seems incredibly high. So that's why I asked about the additional employee costs. I understand superannuation or work cover or whatever additional administrative costs behind it or things like that, because it seemed like a very high or generous figure for the number of positions available.
Happy to take that on notice and provide a response.
Great.
Thank you.
I suppose just linked to that as well, for how many years does that $572.3 million cover the employment of those additional
I'll confirm
positions?
this on notice, but I would anticipate it would be the 2 years in the budget forward estimates period for which they weren't previously funded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I might just move to senior executives.
Oh.
Yes.
We've got a few.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah. Hopefully, none of you are at risk. You're all keeping your jobs.
In the modern public sector, you never know. You never know.
So according to the Public Service Commission, the Treasury portfolio had 194 senior executives as of 30 June 2023.
Yep.
How many are there as of today?
So the portfolio describes not just the Treasury but a range of other agencies. I anticipated this question in respect of the Treasury. So for the Treasury, as at 30 June 2023, we had 121 full-time equivalent senior executive roles, and we express it as full-time equivalents because there are a few roles where senior colleagues job share the position. So it's 121 roles. At the end of January 2024, we had 114 roles, a reduction of 7. Our previous savings target was a reduction of 10 roles. So at least at January, a reduction of 7. We're well on our way.
And that's basically through natural attrition? Like resignations not being filled?
I'd have to double check the detail of all of them. Our preference, for obvious reasons, is by natural attrition, or if we are reducing a role in the Treasury and someone's got real capabilities that can be used in another agency that needs to fill a role, by mobility. But I'm happy to come back to you on notice.
Thanks. And is the target still 10?
The target for the Treasury, or the Treasury portfolio, including my colleagues at Infrastructure New South Wales, which is a whole other discussion for Tom and I to have, is 10. Yeah.
Great. And have any new senior executives been appointed in the Treasury portfolio?
Yes. So that's a net
At the other end.
change. That's a net change. Yeah.
So 121 down to 114.
Yes,
it's
net.
Seven net.
Yeah.
And what types of roles were the new? What were the new positions essentially that were appointed? Was it essentially there wasn't the capability? Or there wasn't an ability to-
In some cases, the new roles that were appointed. Sorry, you said the new roles that were appointed. Well, it's a mix of reasons why people left roles, and in some cases, it's a reorganisation inside the agency to reflect the priorities of the government. So, for example, we've established roles around the tolling review and around government-supported insurance schemes. But again, I'm happy to take that on notice and give you details.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gellibrand, in the 4 minutes. Just back to Rose Hill. Has Infrastructure New South Wales done any work on the impact in terms of costs and delays in the delivery of the current uncertainty about the 2 additional stations on the Metro West?
Thank you for the question. Rose Hill is being considered, I believe, by Transport Sydney Metro as an additional station on the Sydney Metro West line. We've looked at Metro West on a number of occasions through our assurance processes. So in terms of Rose Hill itself, my understanding is that the consideration of that's underway at the moment has come after our last formal assurance process. So that's a long-winded answer, which results in essentially no, we haven't looked in detail at the assurance associated with an additional station at Rose Hill.
The Treasurer mentioned earlier the assessment of 2 sites for additional stations on the Metro West. Have you been involved in that process?
Well, involved. In the past, I've had some involvement. I worked at Sydney Metro for a little while, and in the definition of a Metro West line, which went through many iterations, there were stations looked at throughout Parramatta into the CBD, and Silver Water was one station and Rose Hill was another, which I think are the 2 that you may have been referring to, but not saying.
And Mr. Gellibrand, under the unsolicited proposal guidelines, proposals, and I quote, proposals will be assessed under Infrastructure New South Wales Infrastructure Investor Assurance Framework where appropriate. From what you understand of the unsolicited proposal for Rose Hill, what would be Infrastructure New South Wales' role in assessing that proposal?
Our process of assurance commences once a project has some status. So normally it goes through a business case process, and we've got a series of gates from 0 through to 6, and we would assure at those gates. Unsolicited proposals, ones I think generally coming from the private sector, don't involve a business case. So our involvement would occur once the government had accepted. Actually, haven't had experience with this directly, but once a proposal has been accepted by a government and it becomes something that's actually in delivery, that's when we could start our assurance process. My understanding of Rose Hill at the moment.
So that's about stage 3, is it effectively?
Yeah, probably in that order once you're into delivery.
Yeah. And Mr. Gellibrand, I understand that the Infrastructure Investor Assurance Framework was updated recently. What were the main changes in the updated version?
We've improved some of the information that goes to agencies, explaining to them how the process works. We've updated the requirements around Gate 0, which is the gate where you look at whether or not something should proceed down the pathway towards a final business case and into delivery. And at Gate 0, we updated our documentation so that we had simplified formats for the agencies to prepare. Instead of giving us many, many pages of information, we actually introduced a standard format for agencies to populate and also limit the number of pages involved. So there wasn't an enormous amount of effort that needed to go into developing that Gate 0 material. So we upgraded the front end Gate 0 and made some improvements throughout the rest, but there weren't whole-scale changes to the framework.
Thank you. And with the indulgence of Ms. Boyd, can I ask just one last question on that? From what I noted in terms of the advice as well, that one of the items was removing the delegation for delivery agencies to establish their own assurance board. Whether you could take on notice perhaps which delivery agencies previously had their own assurance board.
I will take that on notice. I know initially Sydney Metro has its own board which undertook assurances of projects. Can't remember the exact date, but there was a time when that switched over to Infrastructure New South Wales. But I'll take it on notice if there are any other agencies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillibrand. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I start perhaps with Infrastructure New South Wales? I wanted to ask two things. The first one is in relation to the consultants and contractors in the annual report. I see that the total spend from 22-23 in relation to consultants has gone down, but the number of contractors is pretty stable. What moves have been made to reduce contractor spend in this financial year, and are we any sort of further towards reducing reliance on contractors?
In general terms, before we engage any contractors, we'll look at the nature of the work in terms of its level of specialty, as well as the duration of the work, so how long it's going to go on for, and then determine as to whether or not it's more appropriate to get a government employee on board to do that work, or if we should engage the services of someone from the private sector for that period of time. So an initial assessment. In some cases, having done that assessment, we've thought, well, this does warrant a government employee, and we've gone to the market in those situations. So we've got a few roles that have been in the market, and we're now going through the process to determine whether or not we can fill those roles.
You were spending $14 million on contractors in the 22-23 year, just under. What does that look like for the last 6 months of 23? Is that reducing, stabilising? What's going on with it?
I don't know the exact answer, but certainly our spend on consultants and contractors has been reducing. So I assume in aggregate we'd be seeing a reduction in that as well. Yeah,
it's just that the consulting spend from Infrastructure New South Wales is only well less than a tenth. It looks almost like a 12th or a 13th of what it is on contractors. We spent a lot of time talking in the consulting inquiry about the I guess the difficulties in how you book a consultant versus a contractor in the books, but also the idea that contractors were increasingly taking the jobs of what used to be public servants' jobs. Has there been any, other departments have done reviews into their use of contractors to see where they can reduce that spend? Is that something that Infrastructure New South Wales has been doing or not?
We've certainly been looking at the use of contractors and consultants in our own organisation, but also looking at what, if anything, can be done to reduce the use of contractors and consultants across the public sector. So in some cases, I consider that the use of contractors and consultants is entirely appropriate for a short-term assignment where it's specialist information. You might be looking at relocating
But what we were finding was those long-running contracts where people were staying in jobs for, a decade in a contracting role. Has there been a review within Infrastructure New South Wales to see if that's the case?
Oh, of our own resources?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. And so are we looking at reducing that spend then in future?
Yep, I think since the last time when we appeared before the committee that you're chairing, there was a number of positions that had been going for a little while. We've gone out to the market to fill those, and the person that had been sitting in, say, the contract position, that contract's finished. They're no longer working with us, and the job's in the market. So, yeah, the numbers have reduced, and we've got a pathway to recruit them. We haven't actually got people on staff yet, though.
Okay. Turning to something different then. So, Infrastructure New South Wales in 22-23 was leading the Women in Construction program. Is that still the case?
Absolutely. Very happy to say so.
Yeah, if you could provide an update on what that program has been doing since the middle of last year, because we do have the information from the annual report, that would be great.
I do have a specific note on this which includes quite a lot of really useful information, which I have to put my finger on. Do you want to have a look for it, Saeed? But there's a grant element.
Yeah, so the program ran industry infrastructure, industry innovation grants. The round 1 has finished last year, and we've received applications for round 2 already and currently assessing them. We've done a behavioral change campaign around construction sites, and it's a hard work, knows no gender campaign, so that's gone out, working with industry unions, etc. So the program overall is kind of, it's actually even going through its first evaluation of its achievement. So the program is ongoing. It's a 4-year program, or funded for 4 years at the moment.
So just looking at that grants program description, it talks about giving money to construction industry organisations that will pilot innovative ideas to increase the number of women working in construction. The most innovative idea I've heard so far is the toilet. Now,
we're actually not funding any toilet programs.
Yes, so as you know, I'm sure the ETU has been campaigning for a few years now on making sure that construction sites have toilets for women. It seems like the most absurd thing to be arguing for in 2024, but they identified it as one of the major obstacles to women working in construction. Is this something that Infrastructure New South Wales is responsible for fixing, or does that sit somewhere else in the responsibility of government?
There's been analysis of all the government projects and reviews undertaken to make sure that the appropriate facilities are available for females, and we've confirmed that is the case on state government projects. And David Chandler is also working with the private sector to make sure that as those projects are rolled out, that there's also appropriate facilities available for men and women.
Yeah, so we are working with the Buildings Commissioner more broadly, because obviously the Buildings Commissioner has access to a lot more sites in the private sector. We tend to see a lot more of the large state government sites. So we're working with them on their own program to kind of increase the participation of women, or improve conditions for women on sites. So the two programs talk to each other and work together. We are tending to look at more around some of the education programs and other things, and that's what that program, the Industry Innovation Grants program, is funding. But we can also provide what it's actually funding, because public knowledge as well.
Yeah, and I think that when we talked about this a few years back, when it was first raised, there was obviously, sort of government controlled construction sites where the government could say, yes, we make sure that we have adequate toileting facilities. But when there was a contract in place where someone was doing government work, that was not something that was being required. And there was disputes and all sorts of things going on. Has that been fixed? Has there been any movement on this issue since it was first raised a few years ago?
I believe so. But we haven't had those concerns raised with us recently. So on government projects, we're now satisfied that indeed arrangements are in place, appropriate arrangements for both genders.
Okay. In South Australia, they've done, they've probably taken the strongest action on this, but they've done education campaigns. They've been actively going out to sites and ensuring, compliance from their safe work, etc., etc. When I asked about this in the Industrial Relations, Work Health and Safety session, I was told that this was something that was being dealt with by Infrastructure New South Wales. I'm quite worried that there's no one really coordinating. It's one of those issues that's kind of fallen through. We know that this is still one of the major obstacles to women in construction. Every time I say it at every estimates, I say this at year after year. It feels absurd to be talking about this in 2024, but the idea we don't have toilets that women can use is quite extraordinary.
So we haven't got a program for inspecting individual private development sites around New South Wales. So that's the case. But we do have a high level of engagement with industry through the Construction Leadership Group and industry forums, where we deal with peak associations as well as contractors directly. So all the major Tier 1 and Tier 2 contractors, and we've been working with them in the rollout of the Women in Construction program. And there's also an industry culture task force, which we also work really closely with. Those initiatives are really focused on industry to make sure that they understand the importance of increasing the representation of women on work in the construction centre and infrastructure sector.
What might help them to understand is if it was mandated for them to have toilets for women.
Yep.
Again, doesn't seem like something that we would have to be asking for in 2024, but...
just if I may, you asked about some of the specific initiatives associated with the Women as a Construction program. They're all on our website at the moment, so probably the information in the annual report might be a little bit high level, but the website actually lists out all of the grants that have been issued with a bit of detail. So it's, I won't go into each of them individually unless you'd like me to.
No, it's all right.
But it doesn't address specifically your question about toilets on site, because we don't inspect sites. We don't. So we've rely entirely on the Buildings Commissioner and that team and Safe Work, etc., to do and report back, and we have them involved in all our kind of working groups. And but it's a point raised not so much on state government sites, but it's obviously a big issue, and we do send our staff because we are used to seeing the bigger projects and the higher tier contractors and so on, but we have sent them around with the Buildings Commissioner to actually see what the broader construction industry looks like.
Yeah, thank you. What I take from this is that I need to go and hassle other people about it, which I will do. So thank you. Can I turn to you, Mr. Deverell? Just a bit of a, maybe not quite theoretical, but something quite different. Just when this new government came in, did you have, and excuse me if I won't be able to get the words right for this, but basically the guidelines that are given by the government in relation to government funds and how they're invested, so the investment guidelines that are issued to T Corp, were they reissued under the new government, and did they include any additional or stricter guidelines in relation to, ESG investments or anything like that?
Thanks for your question. So we manage approximately 15 pots of money, 15 different funds, and they have specific investment strategies attached to them that talk about the level of risk and the return objectives, etc. Those particular return objectives are not set by the government. That's an arrangement between us and our clients, whether it be the Treasury funds or iCare or STC. So the short answer is no, there was no change to that. But of course that doesn't stop the government asking questions around it. And that would also include as far as the anything to do with ESG is concerned.
So when the 22 direction or whatever it was, basically the question is, when in 2022 when the divestment of Russian, I think it was equity and debt. When that was that decision happened, how was it delivered to TCOP? Was it through a treasurer's instruction or direction, or what happened?
Yeah, that was through a Treasurer's direction.
Okay.
So under the T Corp Act, the Treasurer can issue a direction to T Corp.
Mhm.
It's something that's been done twice in our 40-year history.
Yep.
Once on
Yeah.
tobacco.
Oh, yes.
And that was
Cool.
back in, with Treasurer Baird at the time.
2012?
Something like that. And the other one was to do with Russia.
Yes.
So that was delivered through a Treasurer's direction.
Okay. There is a list of, it's a United Nations human rights list of business enterprises who are sort of found to have been involved in the Israeli occupation of Palestine, and it's a list of 112 organisations that it is, effectively saying if you finance these, you're helping that. Is that, if we were to have some sort of limit on our investments in those areas, would that come through a Treasurer's direction? Is that what you would think?
The way that works is so that from a T Corp investment perspective,
Mhm.
if an entity appears on the sanctions lists,
Yep.
We must not invest with it. So
Okay.
we apply through our custodian very rigorous
Yep.
scrutiny of all the companies on the various sanctions lists that exist,
Yep.
and we will divest or not invest into those organisations.
Okay, so it has to be on an official sanctions list.
That's
And
right.
once it's got to that status, that's when that happens.
That's correct.
Very useful.
Yep.
Thank you. I think that's all I had, actually, Chair. So I'm going to go back to the opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The opposition.
Thank you. Some questions now, I think, for you, Mr. Cootes-Trotter, about Tahi. Noting that the 23-24 budget states that the Tahi will transition from its current operating model as a statutory state-owned corporation to operating as a non-commercial public non-financial corporation, and that this is claimed to result in lowering net debt by $4.3 billion in 26-27. Would you be able to explain to the committee on what basis on which this is calculated that transitioning Tahi to the new model will lower net debt by $4.3 billion in 26-27?
Because money was being borrowed in the general government to make payments to Tahi, and the payments to Tahi were necessary to produce a return on equity to meet the year-on-year cost of a holding loss, and to effectively fully fund heavy rail depreciation, a non-cash expense that was being funded on a cash basis. So as a result, many more payments were made to Tahi using borrowed money than would have been the case if there was a different operating model in place. So the saving to debt comes because the payments from the general government sector to Tahi are reduced because we don't have to pay for a return on equity, a money go round, are reduced because we don't have to meet the annual cost of the holding loss, and are reduced because Tahi has been asked to use some of its accumulated cash to fund its ongoing program of rail maintenance and upgrades. So those three things in combination mean that net debt was reduced by about $4.3 billion over the 4 years.
I can give you a more specific breakdown if
Sure, Ms.
that's
Campbell,
helpful.
that's fine.
Yeah. So what happened in the budget process is that there was removal of equity injections of $6.3 billion. There was a reduction in grant funding of $500 million, and then there was a reduction in the dividends and the taxes. And then Tahi's forecast, this reduction in the general government net debt, was funded through the use of surplus cash holdings and additional borrowings, which come to the $4.3 billion.
Thank you. And what is the most recent valuation of Tahi's assets measured using an income approach in accordance with TPP 21-09, valuation of physical non-current assets at fair value, and AASB 13 fair value measurement?
So I'm hoping that my colleague Sonia Campbell or Marina van der Walt has the updated figure for the financial year 22-23.
Yes. I'm just going to double check the number because I have a number to mind, which I think is around 19 billion, but I'll confirm that. And that is using the discounted cash flow analysis approach. I think the Treasurer mentioned in the session this morning that from next year we'll need to use the asset revaluation approach. And so the assets will be revalued and will increase to, I think the current estimate is around $30 billion.
Okay, thank you. And what's the allowance for depreciation for 23-24 based on that valuation?
So the assets have not been revalued on that basis yet.
That's right.
They will be revalued for the 24-25 financial year on that basis.
Okay. And what's the estimated valuation of Tahi's assets measured using current replacement cost?
So that's
the 30 billion.
Okay, that's the 30?
Yeah.
Okay. And what would be the allowance for depreciation based on a valuation of Tahi's assets using current replacement cost?
Again, we'll need to calculate that.
Sure.
Yes, no,
Take
that
that on
hasn't
notice?
been done
Yeah.
yet. It's not year-end yet. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So we won't know that until the
next
until the
financial
valuation work is actually done. We can't estimate it ahead of time. It's actually a significant task of revaluation.
Thank you.
I'd just like to turn now to whole of government savings measures. So what reports is Treasury receiving from portfolio ministers on progress towards savings targets in labour hire, consultants, travel, legal and advertising?
So it's early days. I think that the aggregate of all those whole of government savings is about 1.6 billion over 4 years, and it is a 4-year program. We have received one update report that we have provided through to the government through the cabinet subcommittee, and there is another update report due either this month or next. And I guess in summary, we would say, given the budget was delivered in September, the first report we've posted through, it's very early days, but things over a 4-year program seem to be broadly on track.
The ministers and departments are reporting in with savings to Treasury, though, like they regularly...
As Minister Housos, who does have ministerial responsibility for grasping the abacus and threatening people with it, we have, at her request, been pulling together and are improving a quarterly reporting program through her to the Expenditure Review Committee on whole of government savings and indeed comprehensive expenditure review savings as well.
Are there any portfolio areas where the expenditure's actually gone up rather than savings?
Look, I'd need to take that on notice, but I would say September budget, one report in, it really, there's nothing alarming in the reports to date, but as you've seen from your question to me earlier, people are making progress, but no one would have hit their 4-year targets yet. Yeah.
Any particularly good performers you want to shout out?
Gold stars.
I love all of my colleagues equally, so they were all gold star performers.
Or any bad ones you want to point out?
No, I love all of my colleagues equally. They're all gold star performers.
Yeah, fair enough. I wanted to go back to some of the questions on notice from the last budget estimates. Do you have a
I don't have a copy of them with me, I'm afraid, Mr. Rath, but I'll respond as best I can.
So probably more the questions that were taken on notice through the hearing rather than the supplementary questions. So one of them, question most 24, Mr. Tudor asked, I'll just read the quote. He said, "My request to you on notice is to provide a dollar figure for each of the measures referred to in Appendix A, for each of the agencies referred to in A5 measures statement from the 23-24 budget." The response was to point us back through to the measures statement, the very one that we were trying to get more information about. Yep. We never did that when we were in government. So I suppose, does Treasury have a dollar figure for each of the measures?
I'd refer you to the Minister's response to the question.
So you're not going to provide any additional detail?
Well, suffice to say that the budget presentation and the measures statement in the budget is consistent over years, and the Minister's responded to your questions on notice.
Fair enough. Question 48. Mr. Tudor asked you a quote, Bruce Petty-style mind map of the transport
Yes.
asset holding entities' new
Yes.
funding model. You
Yes.
indicated you were, quote, happy to provide
No,
it
I
on
was.
notice. We're all very confused
No.
about the inner workings of TAHI.
I obviously can't offer a briefing without the authorisation of my minister, but we would be more than... It is complex.
Yeah.
And I know that Mr. Tudor-Hope and others were inquiring, genuinely seeking to understand what's involved in the change of model, and we, with the minister's concurrence, been more than happy to provide a briefing on it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I suppose why wasn't it supplied to the
It's
previous
the
question?
It's the minister's response to the Parliament, of course.
Yeah. Well, yeah, any more specific information you could provide on that would be helpful in terms of a mind map to help uncover
Yeah.
some of the more complex inner workings of
There was
TAHI.
a problem in Victorian diplomacy called the Schleswig-Holstein question, and the then Prime Minister of the day, Lord Palmerston, said, there are only three people who understand the Schleswig-Holstein question. One of them is dead, that's the Prince Consort. Another has gone mad, that's a German professor, and the third is I, and I have forgotten the details. And TAHI is there is
Yeah.
a real nuance and complexity to it that I think would best be handled in a briefing if our minister was prepared to authorise it.
Fair enough. I'll conclude on question on notice number 58. Mr. Tudor-Hope asked you to provide a breakdown of the composition of other operating expenses listed for the budget in 26-27, a figure of 26.065 billion. In response, a reply was given that the operating expenses would be 26.1 billion in 26-27, which is essentially the exact figure that Mr. Tudor asked to be broken down. So there wasn't any additional detail on that. Is a breakdown available from the Treasury?
So I, as I say, you've received a response from the minister on notice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you could take on notice, maybe again, in case there's any additional information that could be provided for this round of budget estimates, should the Treasurer be willing to provide more information about $26 billion in operating expenses, that could be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Rath. We will take that one on notice.
Thank you. I might continue with some questions with respect to the housing and productivity contribution. Just interested in, from the introduction of the housing and productivity contribution on the 1st of October, how much has been collected in total to date?
I would need to take that on notice.
That is fine. And on the introduction and passage of the Housing and Productivity Contribution Bill, Minister Scully outlined that the Housing and Productivity Contribution, and I quote, would secure $1 billion over the forward estimates and up to $700 million per year beyond that. However, in the budget, it was then revised by $500 million to $1.5 billion to state that $1.5 billion would be made available via the HPC. Why did this revision occur?
Unless my colleague Liz Livingston can remember the detail, I'd take it on notice, but Liz?
I'd take it on notice, other than the scheme started several months later than was originally anticipated, so that might explain the difference.
Yeah.
But we can check the detail.
I think that's it, but we'll confirm that on
That's
notice.
a little bit hard to, with all due respect and just as part of a discussion and dialogue though, but it's an increase of $500 million.
Yeah,
So I don't think that would be the reason for it. If I can also ask as well that, and we've asked questions to the Minister for Planning about this as well.
Yep.
And he says that within the $1.5 billion, whatever the housing productivity contribution does not raise, it will be covered by consolidated revenue. How much do you forecast the consolidated revenue will make of that $1.5 billion?
Okay, again, I have to take that on
That's
notice,
fine.
Mr. Farlow.
And what is the forecasting and funding breakdown of the HPC projected to be in each year over the forward estimates?
Again, I would have to take
Sure.
that on notice, I'm afraid.
Now, the housing productivity contribution under the legislation is held by Treasury in a special deposits account.
Yes.
How's that reflected and accounted for in the budget? And is it, effectively?
Well, if it is a special deposit account, it would be transparent.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is it reflected in the budget?
Again, we could look up the presentation of the budget papers and point it out to you, but
that would be if on notice. Look, if you can do it now, that's great. Yeah. But if on notice, if you could point me to where I could find that would be helpful. Because I do note that there are certain notes that appear with respect to other special deposit accounts like the Digital Restart Fund, Transport for New South Wales Fund, and the like. But I can't find anything with respect to the Housing and Productivity Fund, the HAP Fund.
Yep.
With respect to the Housing and Productivity contribution, is it the intention of Treasury to make publicly available the receipts into the special deposits account and distributions from that account?
I think the short answer is yes. I'll confirm that on notice for you, though.
Okay. And will that be published as part of the 24-25 budget?
Again, I think yes, but I'll confirm that on notice.
Thank you. The 10-year $1 billion fund for local government as part of the housing and productivity contribution is going to be administered by Treasury. What's the framework for this to take place?
I'm sorry, we might have to take that on notice. Sure. My colleague Joanne Mookhey, who was most closely involved in creating that with her team and Liz's team, would have been able to answer that for you, but I'm afraid I can't.
I will put the rest of the questions on notice then to
save
us all the dance then, with respect to that. That's fine. And does that relate just to that $1 billion local government fund or all of the housing and productivity contribution?
It would be the whole, I think. But
okay,
again,
I will put the rest of the questions on notice then with respect to that. But I will turn now to Sydney Water dividends. In the budget, it showed that Sydney Water's projected dividend payments to government will increase from $361 million this year to $626 and $637 million in 26-27 financial year. And I note that has actually, in the half-yearly update, been revised upwards now to $860 million in 25-26 and $747 million in 26-27. Why is there such a sharp increase?
So we have to make budget estimates based on a set of assumptions. The assumptions in relation to Sydney Water relate to its long-term capital plan that was approved by the previous government but is being reconsidered by this government. So while we need to make assumptions and produce forward estimates, some of the fundamental drivers of the assumptions about Sydney Water's capital plan, its regulated asset base, its return on the asset base, and therefore its profit and return to government is anchored in a long-term capital plan that the government, through the relevant ministers, is in the process of reviewing. Number one, reviewing to make sure that Sydney Water's delivering a plan that delivers on the government's housing priorities, so that it's prioritising investments that support accelerated housing supply. And number two, the government's looking at the plan with an eye to its affordability to households, in other words, its impact on household bills. So it's really, I suppose, the core point is the plan may change, and therefore in the 24-25 budget and forward estimates, our estimate of dividends may change. And lastly, before I turn to Sonia Campbell, if she wants to add a bit more, the other change, of course, is the progressive introduction of the developer contributions.
The development service plans?
Yes, so they ramp up at essentially 25% a year up to their full value in the fourth year.
Yep. Thank you. Ms. Campbell.
Yeah, I think the Secretary has largely answered the question. Obviously, the revenue is projected to grow over the budget and forward estimates periods due to the commencement of those infrastructure charges, and also anticipated price increases subject to the water IPART determinations, which are coming up. The difference in the half-year review between the budget is really just some slippage in the capital program, which is explained by the reviews around Sydney Water's capital program that are currently underway.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful.
I've got a couple of...
Okay, I'll hand you to Mr. Rath while I continue to find my next notes of questions.
Just coming back to the questions on notice. So we had question on notice 24 about the measures statement,
Yep.
question on notice 48 about the Tahi mine map, and then question on notice 58 about the operating expenses.
Yes.
These answers that were given to us or given to the committee, was that what you were they the answers that you provided to the Treasurer?
The Treasurer's response is the Treasurer's response.
So how do we have any confidence that the information that we get won't be vetoed, the information that you provide to the Treasurer won't be vetoed by him before it's given to this committee, and then all we get is non-responses?
Not really a question I think I can answer.
No, that's seeking opinion.
Yeah.
Does it regularly happen that questions on notice differ from the Treasury versus the Treasurer?
I've been doing jobs like this one for nearly 20 years, and in all of my time in 20 years, there have been differences in what's provided by a minister to the Parliament and what's provided to a minister by an agency, and that's perfectly understandable, and the minister's accountable for their response to the Parliament.
I'll just turn to one question in my area first and then come across. So we were told by Minister Jackson at her estimates on Wednesday that the STRA review is being conducted by Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure in conjunction with Treasury. Just wanting to know what Treasury's role is. As part
I'm
of
sorry,
this
which review is that?
This is the short-term rental
Oh, I'm
accommodation
sorry.
review.
Yes,
sorry
yeah,
for
yeah,
using
no,
the terminology of STRA, the short-term rental
Yes.
accommodation review.
Yes.
Just wanting to know what Treasury's role is with respect to this review.
That is through Joanne Wilkie's
Okay.
team. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take that one on notice to give you some detail.
Okay, thank you. I'll put those questions on notice then as well.
Thank you.
For Ms Wilkie. With respect to temporary nurses, the
Yes.
23-24 budget. Oh, you've asked?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
great.
Yeah, I've done that one, I think.
Okay. Are we done then?
I think we're done.
I think we are done then.
Okay,
We would have had a little bit longer if Ms Wilkie was here, but
Yes.
send her our best for her
No,
recovery.
we will. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. There's been a couple of things taken on notice,
There
so
have
the
been.
Secretariat will be in contact with you in due course
Thank you,
for
Chair.
answers on those. So thank you again all for your attendance, very much appreciated,
No, thank
and
you.
we will see you next time.